Yeah, it's good. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Academia to Action webinar, which is focused on decolonizing practice of global health and beyond. We're so glad you could join us. This webinar was planned by a team of global health master students here at Duke who recognize the persistence of colonial legacies within the power dynamics, epistemologies, and relationships between large health institutions and marginalized communities in the global health field. These colonial underpinnings are a direct threat to the ultimate goal of health equity, or health for all, within the context of global health. Coloniality has also been a long-standing central facet of the ivory tower of academia, crushing the potential of academia to serve and advocate for all people. In this two-day webinar, we hope to engage in discourse that will require us to stand face-to-face with the hard truths about global health, among other academic fields. Discourse that will require us to acknowledge the ways in which the institutions that we are a part of contribute to the oppression of marginalized populations across the globe. Discourse that will require accountability and recognition of the ways in which we may be complicit in said oppressive systems. Even now, some of these words may create feelings of discomfort, coloniality, oppression, accountability. But it is our hope that this initial discomfort will give way to learning. The learning will give way to knowing. The knowing will give way to action, and the action to restoration and healing. In the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., like a boil that can never be cured so long as it is covered up, but must be opened with all its ugliness to the natural medicines of air and light, injustice must be exposed. With all the tension its exposure creates, to the light of human conscience and the air of opinion before it can be cured. We're so happy you can join us, and we're excited to embark together on an invaluable co-learning experience that has the potential for monumental impact. I would now like to introduce Dr. Gavin Haney, Associate Director for Policy at Duke's Global Health Institute, Director of the Center for Policy Impacting Global Health, and Director of the Duke Geneva Global Health Fellowship to deliver some faculty remarks as a part of our event. Welcome and introduction.
I always have to spend it very hard. Wow. Good morning, everybody, and good morning to everyone online. I see we have a lot of participants, which is so wonderful and so exciting. I'm so happy this day has arrived. I know it's been a huge amount of work. So thanks, Ananya, for giving me an opportunity to say a few additional words of welcome as a faculty member of Duke Global Health Institute, DGHI. I will be uncharacteristically brief, I promise. So look, I want to begin by saying a really huge thank you to the 8 inspirational DGHI Masters of Science in Global Health students who make up DDR, Decolonize, Dismantle, and Redesign Student Working Group. That's Maya Wilson, May Salm, Lisa Ichara, Vivian Mambugu, Supani Kasani, Kristen Stark, Perla Grano, and Lorena Garcia. DDR, as many of you know, is a continuation of the Decolonizing Global Health Working Group that was started by 3 previously and equally inspirational students in our master's program, Laura Nkumba, Yanu Radin, and Andrea Forrest. And I want to thank the DDR group, not just for organizing this critically important, timely symposium, and inviting a truly remarkable array of speakers who I'm so excited to be hearing from shortly, but also pushing us as faculty, see some faculty are here, which is fantastic, as researchers and teachers, pushing us to shine a light on and work to redress power imbalances in academic global health. And indeed, at the very heart of DDR, is that it aims to uproot long-standing power imbalances in academia that are continuing to entrench colonial-era structural oppression. DDR is also working to shift culture and curricula here at Duke to spark critical reflexivity amongst global health practitioners and to promote capacity building among minorities within the Duke community. And clearly, the uprooting of power imbalances in global health is long overdue. And I say this as a cis-het white man trained at, in institutions like the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, which itself was built upon the colonial enterprise. I say this as someone who has been granted so many privileges based on those signifiers. And as my friend and colleague and co-author Madhu Pai at McGill says, Madhu, if you are there online, as he has said, those of us with privilege need to lean out. And he also said that we need to be clear that decolonizing global health is an impossible goal without fundamentally changing the structures within which global health currently operates. Our center at Duke studies those structures, the big global health organizations, the bilaterals, the multilaterals, the big NGOs, foundations. Those are some of the structures. But of course, those structures include where we are today and other universities. And over the next few days, I feel really sure that our minds are going to be open to the ways in which those academic structures, the academy, must evolve. So thank you everybody for joining us in this exploration.
Thank you, Dr. Nani, for those additional introductory remarks. We're going to move on to first introduce our team and sort of the goals of this working group. So first, we'd like to acknowledge that this group is a continuation of the Decolonizing Global Health Working Group started by Baral Yadu Ravindran, and Andre Forrest at the university. Thanks to the effort and support of these three alumni of the Duke Global Health Master's Program, we're able to continue to cultivate spaces like these to discuss how we can be and do better as faculty, students, and staff at an institutional level. The Decolonize, Dismantle, and Redesign Student Working Group is a graduate student-led group that provides an organizing space for students, faculty, community members, and more to join the movement to uproot long-standing power imbalances in academia that continue to entrench colonial-era structural oppression. And the core objectives of DDR include restructuring dominant epistemologies and systems of learning, inviting and including marginalized groups to propose solutions to power imbalances, centering marginalized groups within academia, healing relationships to promote community, and fostering academic partnerships that are increasingly diverse and inclusive. DDR operations are founded on a three-part framework centered in decolonization, dismantling systems of oppression and harmful hegemonic ideologies, and the redesign and reform of institutional structures. So this is the team. And if you all could stand, the team is seated in the back at Vivian Wambulu, Suhana Kusani, Lisa Gachara, who is online, May Song, Perla Madrano, Kristen Stark, and our teammate Lorena, who's outside handling registration. So before we move on to the webinar goals and introduce our first speaker, we'd like to deliver this land acknowledgement. What is now Durham was originally the territory of several Native nations, including Tudelo and Saponi-speaking peoples. Many of their communities were displaced or killed through war, disease, and colonial expansion. Today, the triangle is surrounded by contemporary Native nations, the descendants of Tudelo, Saponi, and other indigenous peoples who survived early colonization. These nations include the Haliwa Saponi, an Okanichi band of Saponi. North Carolina's Research Triangle is also home to a thriving urban Native community who represent Native nations from across the United States. Together, these indigenous nations and communities contribute to North Carolina's ranking as the state with the largest Native American population east of Oklahoma. We would like to acknowledge, honor, and respect the diverse history of indigenous peoples in North Carolina and across the settler state. We would also like to recognize their continuing connections to land, water, and culture, and pay respect to their elders, past, present, and emerging. In addition, we acknowledge the overlapping histories of this land, including past violence and ongoing harm produced by the legacy of racialized slavery and oppression. We know of at least 4 sites where slavery was practiced on what is now considered Duke Forest land, including the Alexander Hogan Plantation in Blackwood Division, the Robson Mill and Barbie property in the Corsian Division, and the Couch property in the Durham Division. One note before we move on to our introduction to webinar goals and our house rules. For those who are online, the Q&A is public, but if attendees have any issues, please feel free to message a host directly so that I can help with that. And with that, I'll pass it to my teammate Lisa Gachara, who will introduce us to the webinar goals, the house rules, and introduce us to our first speaker of the webinar.
Thank you, Maya, and thank you everyone for being here. We're super excited. First, to just go over house rules and the webinar goals. We have some objectives to foster a safe space for people around the globe to engage in conversations around decolonizing practice across disciplines. We'd like to highlight voices often marginalized in Western academic spaces, continue to uncover and question the history of the spaces we inhabit, broaden perspectives on solidarity and collective building. We expect that we'll enter conversations with humility, reflexivity, and respect, recognize intent, acknowledge impact, take space, make space, and give grace. Don't be afraid to challenge, but challenge the point, not the person, and understand that everyone is here to learn. So today we have the honor of hosting Dr. Banerjee as our keynote speaker. This will be an hour-long session, including a 15-minute Q&A. Dr. Banerjee, thank you so much for being here. We're so excited to hear what you have to say and to provide a quick introduction on who she is. Dr. Ananya Banerjee is an assistant professor in the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion and Anti-Racism at the School of Population and Global Health at McGill University. She utilizes mixed methods to pursue research questions in partnership with systematically marginalized community in the context of health equity and social justice, funded by the Canadian Institute of Health Research, Social Science, and Humanities Research Council and the Public Health Agency of Canada. She has been a prominent advocate in the media pushing for vaccine equity in Canada and globally during the COVID-19 pandemic. She won the 2022 McGill Faculty of Health Sciences and Medicine Teaching Innovation Award, recognizing her unique pedagogy that instills inclusive, anti-racist, and decolonizing public health education and serves on the Lancet's International Advisory Board for Racial Inequalities. Dr. Banerjee, thank you for being here, and feel free to continue to introduce yourself and move forward with your lecture.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Lisa, for that lovely introduction. I'm very excited to be here. Before I officially begin, I would just like to share my screen. Can everyone see the slides? Perfect.
Yes.
And can everyone hear me very well?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Let's get started. So I'm going to be talking about a topic that is very near and dear to my heart, really reflects my personal experience in global health. As you can see the title, it could seem a bit contentious, but my goal today is to really bring us all together and have a really meaningful, critical, yet a conversation of how to actually bring us more closer together in the decolonization movement. So the question I ask all of you, including students and faculty and other educators working in global health, even activists, are we training our students to be white saviors in global health? And so I would like to extend my gratitude as well to Maya Wilson and the entire Duke Decolonize Global Health team for the invitation to present as a keynote speaker. I'm very humbled by this opportunity to participate in a student-driven conference. And as Many of you who do know me quite well, students are actually the center of my academic career. And so I really appreciate the land acknowledgement that started this event. It gave me a chance to really reflect, and also an invitation to learn more about the Indigenous histories in Durham and more broadly in North Carolina. I am also about to share a land acknowledgement, as I am joining from your sister country, as I like to frame it, Canada. And also have an invitation to inquiry, and for all of you to reflect when we do hear land acknowledgements, how do we deepen our relationship with them? So I am joining you right now from Toronto, known as Toronto, land of Treaty 13, upon the traditional territories of the Wendat, Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Mississaugas of the Credit. I want to acknowledge this land I speak on as a racialized settler of South Asian descent, and whose ancestors have been impacted by British colonialism. We need to all be socially conscious as settlers and understand how we continue to be beneficiaries of Canada's policies and the US policies that discriminate against Indigenous communities and continue to this day. For myself as a Canadian, I am committed to truth and reconciliation and the 52 calls for action, and constantly am committed to work alongside, upon invitation, with Indigenous students, colleagues, and communities to affirm their inherent rights. For me to say this, it is a continuous wake-up call for all of us where and how we can learn more about colonial oppression, the dispossession of land, the residential school system, the 60 scoop, and other deconstructive government policies. It is important that we must walk forward together towards a future where Indigenous human rights, including the right to self-determination, languages, cultures, land, traditions, and laws, are recognized, valued, respected, and celebrated and honored in academia. I also want to acknowledge the many people of African descent who are not settlers, but whose ancestors were forcibly displaced as part of the transatlantic slave trade, brought against their will, and made to work on these lands. I recognize advancing Indigenous sovereignty is deeply and intrinsically linked to Black liberation, and we remain committed to advancing both. So as I begin to unpack a lot of difficult and complex concepts, I really want all of you to take note that this presentation that is essentially focused on white saviorism is not about blaming and shaming white people, but deconstructing a system of whiteness that we are all part of and perpetuate, rooted in colonialism, racism, and other intersecting isms. I believe that many of us who have joined together in the space, virtually or in person, that we are part of this echo chamber. And for many people who are in the audience and, sitting in discomfort, as myself, I actually experience a lot of discomfort even when I am presenting on this topic, to ensure that when we are feeling discomfort, that it doesn't disempower us, it doesn't immobilize us, and that we are not self-focused, because at the end of the day, it doesn't do anything on its own, and we actually can't move forward together as an individual or collectively together. So consider your privileges as tools. If you are experiencing emotions, or which is rightfully so, such as anger, sadness, consider how you can take these emotions and what you can learn from them, and how we can be of service acting against oppression. I also want to provide a trigger warning, given that many of the stories, the different concepts that I'm going to be talking about may inform intergenerational trauma among all of you with those lived experiences. So please do engage in self-care. Okay, I love storytelling, and who I am today is shaped by my personal lived experiences. So once upon a time, Ananya was a graduate student, just like all of you, many, many years ago. And, really wanted to pursue a career in global health. especially having ancestors in India. I wanted to change the world. And I think a part of me, because of my training, I also wanted to save the world. And so when I had my first opportunity to travel to a low middle income country, and it was India, funny enough, I have traveled to India all my life to visit my relatives. And this was the first time I was stepping into India as a researcher. So you might be thinking, okay, that's totally cool, right? And that's what I thought too. And so as I reached Guwahati, Assam, which is a state in India that I actually have no ancestral roots in, as soon as I left the airport, I started to feel that I did not belong here. I started to actually feel a bit of discomfort, and I started to question, am I allowed to be here? I was tasked over a 2-week period to conduct about 30 to 40 qualitative interviews, interviewing very vulnerable members of the India community living in rural areas whose children were born with cleft palate and cleft lip. And for many of them, this was the first time that their child was going to be able to access free surgical care. And when I entered this hospital, I was quite taken back, given that for us who have children who are born with a cleft palate, cleft lip, they're able to access care right away. And I was shocked to see the number of kids, into their 20s that were finally receiving this surgery. And so there was one particular parent that I had sat down and I introduced myself. I'm a PhD student from McMaster University, and we'll be asking you a series of questions about your experience in accessing surgical care for your child. And before I began, the parent said, "Can I ask you a question before we proceed?" I was like, "Absolutely, yes." I thought maybe it had to do with, the institutional research ethics board or something like that. And I want you to sit in this moment and think, how would you have felt if this had happened to you? The parent asked me, out of 1 billion people in India, do we not have any local researcher who can conduct these interviews? Why you from Canada? And this is a very pivotal moment that still stays with me every day and I reflect on. And this was the start of a very tough journey that pushed me to examine the often hidden mechanisms of white supremacy and systemic racism in my life, even though I am a racialized person who has ancestors in India and thought I had the right to do research in India. And this was a moment where I started to question my training in global health education at the undergraduate, master's, and the doctoral level. And this has and continues to take on a very demanding process with no easy answers. And this was a moment also I had decided I will never pursue a career in global health. And so reckoning with this and many people asking me, to why I'm not doing global health research, I think it was important to start writing my narrative and my thoughts and my stories. And so I had the chance to publish this recent arts-based piece with The Lancet that really talks about my experience and my colleague's experience, Dr. Amy Tan, in how we were trained through our education system in Canada to essentially force to uphold white supremacy. And we finally came together at a point that we couldn't anymore. And this was really grounded in critical self-introspection as two racialized women who are part of high-income institutions, training in global public health and medicine, and realizing that we are part of institutions and ourselves are producing, reproducing, maintaining, and benefiting from white supremacy and whiteness within a colonial framework. And so what I want people to realize is that white privilege is a part of white supremacy and upholds white supremacy. This is about seeing how you were born into a system that automatically gave you these powers and these privileges that translate into actually having experience as in global health, whether it's respect to clinical work, research, policy, activism, and so forth. And so I really want to talk about the trends that are happening right now with respect to global health education. Where I am today, where I was in my training, I have never seen the high number of global health programs to this day and how it keeps popping up. And so, as you know, that there is an emergence of global health programs, and it's been expanding rapidly, and several universities in high-income countries have created an undergraduate, graduate, major, minor degree in global health studies. McGill University is about to launch their undergraduate program in global health in September. Because there's no currently national guidelines for global health curriculums, each of these programs initiatives have been developed along individual lines. And it's important to reflect on global health education as a system. And I would argue it is also a system of oppression, as well as how this actually promotes tremendous challenges that the coming generation of diverse students that we are serving now are likely to face in a classroom together. And so with the rise of global health education programs in high-income countries, there's also a rise of global health students going abroad. Obviously, the two come hand in hand. I wanted to pursue a career in global health because I envisioned myself having that passport and having to travel to low middle income countries. And so I see day in, day out, all the students that I have the opportunity to teach and learn from have this strong desire to spend part of their studies in low middle income countries, or how we frame it sometimes as a global south. And I think what's often frustrating is there are often singular short-term international experiences and LMICs, and often funded by academic institutions themselves or through donor dollars. We've also seen many students who come with a lot of intergenerational wealth that often self-fund themselves to be able to partake in research or clinical endeavors in low middle income countries. And so while global health experiences in the global south frequently do offer a lot of really meaningful collaborative research, clinical, and health promotion possibilities for our trainees, we still need to be constantly cognizant with all the ethical problems that this involves. And I want to share another story. There's going to be a few stories in this presentation, and I want you to see it as a case study, but also as students in particular. How would you have felt in this situation? How would you have responded? For faculty who teach global health courses, if this incident has happened, or if it has happened in the future, again, thinking, how do we use this moment as a learning opportunity? And so I am often invited to give presentations that are focused on my story, why I left the global health world. And so I was invited to, I would argue, the most popular course at McGill University, which is taught by Dr. Mathewos. It is a global health course, 150 students enrolled. There's a huge waiting list. They just increased it to 200 students. And Dr. Pai tasks me and kindly invites me to come in and talk about social determinants of health in connection to white saviorism. And so this recently happened in the past fall semester. So after I had given my talk, a student had raised their hand and said, what are best practices for us students from high-income countries when we travel to a global south country to do research, health promotion, or clinical work? Given that I had felt I had explained this very well throughout my presentation, I was actually quite startled that this question was being asked. And what I had decided is that, this is a really good opportunity to open up for a wider discussion among the students in the classroom. And maybe I was missing the boat, and maybe it wasn't fair to imply that students should not be going to low middle income countries to pursue a global health experience. And given in this course, I knew there was many students, who were international or who had ancestral roots from low middle income countries, or for those who've had experiences without having the lived experience. I just thought it was important to have this kind of global conversation. And so one student did raise their hand and had said, why do we have to go there in the first place? Best practice is to not just go. And so this opened up a very difficult group conversation. And, I want you to sit with this because I actually don't have the answers. And I will never tell my students or my trainees to go or not go. I will only push them to reflect if they are the best person to go and to question who will benefit the most as a result of them entering this global health space. And so this was also very clear to me, again, that this question I asked all of you, I finally am able to answer it myself. And I truly do feel that we are training our students to be white saviors in global health. And I know many of my colleagues from the global north and from the global south would fully agree. And so where does this concept come from? And also there's so much being written about this. And my presentation is really a synthesis and brings collective voices of many of us who are trying to dismantle white saviorism in global health education. But the concept of white saviorism was actually coined by a non-academic. And if many of you know Teju Cole, he is a prolific photographer and writer from New York, ancestry from Nigeria. And given that many training institutions in high-income countries, such as McGill, such as Duke, and we can name many, many more, support the high demand for global health experiences, and that we provide these short-term research opportunities in LMICs. And the reality is a high proportion of our students, not all of them, end up parachuting into regions of the global south over and over again. I was one of them. I parachuted into India when I was about your age in graduate school. And he describes this as being very dangerous and feeds into what is called the white savior industrial complex. And so I would argue that our global health education system is driving this complex. And what I love about Teju Cole is that he sums it up perfectly. I mean, think about your experiences when you are in global health settings. Is it really about justice? And he argues it's not about justice, but it's a big emotional experience that just validates privilege. And so the term white savior can actually refer to any person or group, regardless of race, possessing an imbalance or power of privilege. For instance, non-white people like myself can produce the industrial complex by our proximity to whiteness, the fact that we are trained in education systems in the global north that is very rooted in colonialism. And the reality is that all of us who are part of these systems, whether students or faculty, we are still responsible for maintaining inequality as a result of structures of white supremacy. And so with this, as our students are entering global health settings, they're coming in with this foreign gaze or white gaze. And I would argue that these gazes also begin during our training. And this concept really assumes that whiteness is the primary reference of power, prestige, and progress across the world. It measures as political, socioeconomic, and cultural processes of the low middle income countries against the expectations of the gold standards of high income countries, i.e. our global health education systems here. And essentially our students are entering these settings and having a very depoliticized, uncritical, ahistorical disciplinary lens. that is a result of their training from our global health education, and often are oblivious or ignorant and still may, but could be aware to the unequal economic, social, and power relations steeped in historical and ongoing injustice. And so where's the evidence behind that? I know a lot of people ask that, so I'm going to be throwing a lot of compelling statistics to you. So when we think about even global health, we have to even question how global it is. And this was a map that was produced by Global Health 50/50 about 2.5 years ago. And essentially, when you're looking at this map, it shows that today, 85% of global organizations active in health and health policy have headquarters in Europe and North America. And 2/3 are headquartered in just 3 countries, Switzerland, UK, US, and I would add a 4th, Canada. And so this clearly shows that global health is a field that was born out of colonialism and white supremacy. And even today, it is neither diverse nor truly global. Every aspect of global health continues to be dominated by individuals and institutions in high-income countries. And that includes our global health education system. And what is happening is that we see a disproportionate benefit that high-income countries are being favored and leading when it comes to funding, authorship of publications, leadership of agencies, composition of boards, editorial positions, awards, and even participation in conferences. So if global health has to be reimagined, people that typically hold power and privilege need to master the art of giving up, where they see their primary role as allies or co-conspirators or accomplices rather than leaders. And so essentially, there still continues to be this global North and South divide. And so when you see the map by Global Health 50/50, it actually mirrors very well the infamous map of the branded line. And it clearly shows that there is a geographic reflection of white saviorism. And so I highly encourage all of you to read this book that was written by Dr. Temrus Khan. It is very recent and really shows the connections between global health and international development, and argues that white saviorism is actually a project and a set of ideas with its own norms and practices, and that continues to be under intense scrutiny. I think what's really important is that many of us are now able to have these conversations. It's not easy because of the global geopolitical realignments that is coupled with a reckoning around race and racism since the murder of George Floyd in 2020 and the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we are now all here today, and this is exemplified the fact that this conference is having, and I'd argue our students are way ahead of the game, to really bring this renewed need to grapple with the persistence of inequality and white saviorism in global health sectors, international development. And so this is all rooted in power asymmetries. And yes, we see power asymmetries in global health research practice and policy, but those asymmetries are also very parallel to what we also see in global health education. And so from a global health perspective, we can see, it's there, that global health is rooted in unfair and unequal relationships. And that many of the 200 global health organizations in the global north that work in the LMICs. So we would hope, therefore, to see nationals from LMIC countries be represented in positions of decision-making power, right? Well, this is actually not the case. Over 80% of global health leaders are nationals of high-income countries, and 90% of them have completed their education in economically rich countries. And this essentially equates to how our global health education system is actually the beginning platform to continue to maintain white saviorism. And so we see this also being reflected in global health education. And here's another compelling stat. 95% of Masters of Global Health programs are also located in high-income countries, and they're very cost prohibitive. And so LMICs that have global health programs, again, often many of them are governed or in partnership with high-income countries, have an average tuition of $38,000 US, versus high-income countries charge up to almost $68,000 US. And so as a consequence, there's these blatant barriers to entry, which I see day in and day out, all of us do, based on geographic location, visa hurdles, and cost. And what this is essentially doing is that it is homogenizing the current and the future makeup of global health professionals. And we also see the power asymmetries through the Consortium of Universities for Global Health. And so we know that the CUGH conference had happened last week. And something to take note of is the CUGH membership also reflects the current asymmetrical landscape of universities and institutions in global health education. And analyzing the composition of 183 worldwide member institutions of the CUGH, it was found that 88.6% of the members are based in high-income countries as categorized by the World Bank. Only 11.4% are based on low-income countries. I want you to sit with this. And I have to be honest, I was very disappointed in CUGH not making a stronger effort and to advocate for our international students, particularly who are from Canada or outside the US, to be able to join the CUGH. So I have another story to tell. So I have an incredible international student who is part of my research lab, wrote an incredible abstract. It got accepted. I had the funds to send them to this conference. And lo and behold, it was so disheartening when they had come to my office and said, Ananya, I can't go to CUGH. And I asked why, and they said, I can't get a visa into the US, and it's going to take anywhere up to a year. That is injustice, because this person could have had the opportunity to showcase their work, to showcase their brilliance, to be able to make networking opportunities and be towards a pathway to becoming a leader in global health. And yet, again, because of the visa issues that we are enduring since the pandemic, a huge part of the LMIC community is missing out on truly being represented and taking ownership and leadership. And the irony of this is that among the sub-themes of the conference of the CUGH this year, that a huge focus was on decolonization and reforming global health equity justice that included global health education. And so with all this, and why are we still at this state today? And again, I argue it's really rooted in our global health education, is that our students are coming out with these dangerous mindsets. And so there's three mindsets that I want to quickly talk about. So first is the colonial mindset. And remember, I am at fault too, and I still probably continue to share a lot of these mindsets, is that many students continue to be unaware, because we're not teaching them through the curriculum of public health, global health, and medicine's history in formerly colonized countries. We also see that partnerships that are between high-income countries and low-income countries, that the legacies of colonialisms continue to become elephants in the room during discussions and negotiations about global health initiatives, including those to global health education. And also the colonial regimes are ignored by our trainees, and they obliterate local cultures, religions, education, health, legal, political systems, and come into settings to attempt to substitute Western ways of knowing, because our global health education programs only promote often Western ways of knowing. And so what we see is that there's a disproportionate of benefits and opportunities for global health trainees. And with the colonial mindset comes with the racial mindset. So we can definitely see there is a clear relationship between geographic and skin color differences when it comes to global health education curricula, research selection, and the design in partnerships. And there continues to be an exclusion from LMICs when it comes to seeing them that they are the true knowledge generating bodies. And there is an erasure and abandonment of knowledge and their expertise, which is known as colonial epistemic injustice. And so our global health students and trainees are entering low middle income countries that are composed of largely racialized communities with Eurocentric ways of knowing that undermines LMIC researchers and communities and their vast important contributions to global knowledge. And so the reality is we're also teaching our students that knowledge or science that is produced in LMICs is often not considered sophisticated or rigorous to be evidence. Yet when high income students are part of LMIC experiences, they are recognized as the global experts and consequently benefit from such discoveries and end up in those leadership positions that are housed in high income countries, such as the World Health Organization. And so with the colonial and the racial mindset also comes with the missionary mindset. And this is something that I've actually am introducing for the first time. I had given this talk at Harvard a couple of weeks ago, and there was a faculty member who actually raised this and made a beautiful connection to how our mindsets are very intertwined from a colonial, racial, and missionary lens that is grounded in white saviorism and white supremacy. So often when we think about global health work, it's actually maybe no longer framed as a mission, but it actually has intentions of being a mission or charitable giving that is often rooted in philanthropy. And so we know that there's just been this extremely strong presence of missionary doctors in from high income countries and LMICs, and that it continues to be quite contentious. And often they are entering these settings of the idea of doing God's work or saving Africa, which is intrinsically linked to white savior complex. And this complex is created by an underlying attitude that missionaries and arguably global health practitioners have the right to do what they want because their intentions and efforts are good. And what we end up also teaching our students, and when they're entering these settings in LMIC countries, is that they view people as being completely helpless. And that our global health students feel that they must do something to fix it, that parallels missionary work that is often grounded in clinical experience, health promotion initiatives, or opportunities for research. And so, given that I have shared so much personally from an evidence-based also lens, I think something that's really important, and again, I don't have all the answers, is, well, how do we move forward? And part of decolonization is also dismantling white saviorism from global health education. And so how do we do that? And so there has been actually a lot written about this, and I'm providing a small synthesis. And really, as I said, it was really the geopolitical alignment and after George Floyd's death and COVID-19 that many of us had come together, and we actually are now reimagining and I would say radically transforming global health teaching in high income countries. And so I was very lucky to contribute to this piece with many of our colleagues in the global North and the global South. And that includes one of your famous professors, Dr. Gavin Yanni. And so I think for all of our students and faculty who are in global health courses, whether teaching or learning from those courses, is that I would say first and foremost, we need to have a course on the history of global health. And that for all of us as educators, we actually have to teach global health from a historian lens that needs to be embedded. And so curricula needs to have a strong emphasis on history, the current manifestations and the consequences of racism, colonization, and missionary work in global health. We need to enable our students to understand that colonialism brought together cultures that had very different ideas about bodies and disease and healing. And students need to think about how colonists attempted to intervene, but also about how the people they were treating understood these as intrusions into their daily lives. We don't want to send our students to LMI settings to be intrusive. Moreover, I think our students, and including us as faculty, because we also were trained to be white saviors as part of a colonial global health education system, is that we all benefit from thinking critically about the politics of global health intervention. And that the history of global health field is actually a very complicated history. I would argue, don't even know like 80% of this history. But learning about history can empower our students by it and learn from it as they move forward and ensure that they don't continue to repeat history. I think the irony is that as global health professionals, we inhabit this contradiction. And we are part of this field because we want to be part of this aspirational agenda. But the reality is the project of global health has also represented a venue for some of the world's most powerful political and economic institutions to advance their interests. And so a great example is the Gates Foundation that spends millions to tackle malaria worldwide. Often Canadian American doctors volunteer their skills in war-torn regions. And non-governmental organizations promote AIDS education, for example, in low middle income countries that often deemed to be impoverished. What's the danger behind this is our students see these as being inspiring, which actually leads them to want to train in global health education programs, and then ultimately makes them to be white saviors. And again, this raises many ethical issues as they have for centuries. We also need to teach to go beyond health. So what is health beyond health? Is a concept that our students need to understand that health is shaped by wider economic, political, and cultural contexts that require resources and skills to analyze the impact of global policies from the perspective of health in order to guide effective policy that is self-determined by former colonized countries. Our course content also needs to focus on problems and really engage our students in understanding forces that affect health, like geopolitics, economics, civil and structure, as well as sanctions, violence, and conflict. And we need to emphasize that our responsibilities for health in a global arena go beyond a country's Ministry of Health and the World Health Organization. We also need to teach the nuances of decolonization. I think we can agree that these days, one can barely throw a stone in global health space without hitting something to do with decolonizing global health. If you ask me right now to define decolonization, I would say I have no idea. And I think decolonization of global health is the latest topic. It's du jour, it's trending. I think it's going to continue to be so. And again, you know, I think as a result, we are seeing a lot of promising changes. But I think what we need to really understand and teach our students is about the nuances of decolonization. And there is not one global definition of decolonization. And we can have a whole panel about what decolonization is. And I guarantee there will be a lot of disagreement in terms of what the end goal of decolonization coupled with indigenization is or should be. We don't know what the goal is. And if you do know what the goal is, please do share with me. Because I want to be a part of making sure those goals are realized, especially if they are self-determined and led by people from the global south. But questions and elements for all of you to consider is that think about the reasons why you are decolonizing. Who are you doing it for and why are you doing it? This helps to avoid white saviorism, tokenism, and recolonization. Discuss how coloniality is showing up in the decolonization movement. Who is this movement for? is the decolonization movement actually being driven as a form of white saviorism? What about intersectionality? We have to realize that there are many systems of oppression that we see that is quite prominent and still continues throughout, that has been exacerbated as a result of colonization. So how are we addressing patriarchy, sexism, transphobia, Islamophobia, and so forth? And I would argue casteism. And then I think our students need to understand that decolonization is a process, not a product or metaphor. And instead of wondering what the finish line is, that they need to understand they are part of one step along the journey. And that should be led by Indigenous and formerly colonized. With this, that means we need to teach the expertise in LMICs. We need to really ensure that folks from the Global South are the ultimate knowledge generating bodies, and that they reclaim their knowledge and expertise in global health produced in LMICs. When selecting curricular resources, course instructors, we need to make sure there are efforts to include guest lectures from LMIC countries who have those lived experiences. We need to include popular media, art, novels, films, and social media. I use Twitter threads all the time in my courses that really center the culture and experiences of LMIC populations. We also need to know that resources from LMICs must also be appropriately cited and incorporated in a way that actually shows their value as educational tools and prioritizes them as LMIC scholars who are at the forefront of decolonial work. And we need to teach to sustain field experience. I feel like our students parachuting constantly, as I did many years ago, is actually creating more harm than good. And the reality is that we all can't be, for example, Paul Farmer. But to combat parachuting, we need to make sure that our projects are carefully designed to optimize sustainability, and that as high-income partner institutions, when we are partnering with scholars and LMICs, sustainability needs to be built in. So our trainees and our students are part of long-term endeavors upon the invitation of the low middle income countries. Students and trainees should be encouraged to conduct research in regions where they have strong historical, cultural, and language ties, and or where they are committed to maintain a sustainable relationship and rely on the expertise of LMIC scholars. And while research findings are disseminated formally through journals and conferences, they need to also be shared with participants and partners in manners specific to regional preferences. And when we think about pursuing publication of trainee work, we need to make sure that they promote equitable credit in terms of authorship. And something that I really struggle with, should our trainees who don't have the lived experiences of the people that they are working with in LMIC countries, should they really be first author? I mean, I don't know. Again, sit with that and maybe we can have a more broader conversation. We also need to teach global health to be local. And we often think of global health as needing a passport. And I find it also very discouraging when I see the excitement of my students going into global health settings, not just for research or practice purposes, but to also engage with new cultures and languages and almost sees it as an adventure. Again, that's how I was many years ago. And what we really need to also shake those to our students, that global health work is also working in local communities, those that we are part of domestically. And that we need to also understand that global health challenges are also very inherent, very similar to domestic challenges. And we need to de-emphasize the notion that work in LMICs is essential to global health education. The reality is we have siloed global health and community public health fields in academia and service. And that's why we see more and more global health programs that are popping up at the undergraduate and graduate level. How do we actually ensure global health is actually a natural part of for example, community or public health or medical education. And also global health students must also be committed to address inequities in high income settings. Lastly, we need to teach our students first and foremost about giving up full power and benefit. You will notice I haven't talked about allyship quite a bit. I'm kind of struggling with that term right now. And I question, could we ever truly be allies? And I also feel like we can never be an ally until someone tells us that we are. What I encourage my students often is that to be a true ally, that really means that you are giving up power and benefit. And so the goal of global health training needs to enable our students to step back and recenter power in decision making. So people from LMICs are the ones defining the agenda and designing the seating arrangements at the game table. And so key questions that I want you to reflect and act upon that demonstrate trust and commitment, again, that is part of being an ally, a co-conspirator, an accomplice, is a series of questions that have been actually created by Banerjee, who is an aid worker and has been quite active in groups like Decolonizing MSF. And these are guiding questions that I always have with me whenever I am invited to do work locally with equity denied communities. Am I embodying values and behaving in ways in my daily life that are trustworthy for people affected by different and more oppression? Am I taking risks to dismantle systems proportionate to my own privileges? Am I joining my voice alongside those who have been spurring change before me? Am I ceding space to allow those more historically marginalized than me to have voice and ownership? Am I listening, taking responsibility and growing when others hold me accountable for my own mistakes, biases, and limitations? And I really think to be a true ally, these are questions that we have to actually center in our daily lives every day. Whenever we are working or even interacting or have colleagues, family, friends that have less privilege and power than us. So I want to say we are making small steps. If you had asked me 10 years ago that I would be asked to, give talks on white saviorism, racism, I would have probably laughed in your face, only because during my training, I couldn't even use like the word race or racism or white supremacy or whiteness, or let alone white saviorism. If I attempted to write it in my thesis or my work or in my publications, I would be slammed and I would be asked to remove it. Journals would write, reviewers would write back to me and say, we cannot publish this. So I think we've come a long way. And I think the reason we've come a long way is because of our students. And we are making small steps. And we need to make sure that we're not losing steam in global health academia, especially because our students right now are our only hope. So this is a piece that I had written with a former Duke alumni, Shashika Bandra. I believe, we stole him to come to McGill. And, I encourage you to read this piece so we can really hold our institutional accountables who are, in writing, dedicated to equity efforts in relation to decolonization and dismantling white supremacy, but to really make sure that they're just not words or faces of certain people that reflect LMIC countries, but they were actually moving towards political action and change. And I want to end off with one of my favorite South African proverbs, is a tree is bent while it is still wet. And the meaning of this proverb is that wisdom and behavioral influences are instilled when a person is still young. So if we really want to radically change the global health system that includes education, well, we need to make sure that it begins teaching the complexities of global health, the dark histories, making sure that they're not graduating with a colonial, racial, or missionary or white supremacy mindset, and that they are graduating as true accomplices and not white saviors. And I do have hope. I do have hope. This conference is a testament to it. And lastly, I want to give a big shout out to my mentor, Dr. Madhukar Pai. I am being really shaped by his incredible support and pushing me to be loud and disruptive, but most importantly, my students. I am who I am today because of my students. Remember, I was trained in a very colonial global health education system that taught me to be a white savior. And I'm slowly transforming only because of the students I teach over years. And I have to say the cohort that I taught this year in my racism and health equity course was just extra special, because here is a group of students that truly can demonstrate solidarity among very diverse students, and that we can work to radically transforming global and public health to reach a state of fairness, justice, dignity, and belonging. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I really look forward to engaging in a rich conversation for the next 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Banerjee, for that really just compelling and lecture that, as a global health student, has just allowed us to begin thinking ways how we can pivot within this field to just cause less harm, and the passionate work that we have. That was really incredible. And I especially think your slide on the map that showed where global health decisions are made versus where the impact is really just shows how the field is rooted in colonial practices and fueled by philanthropy. And I think it's really eye-opening. So I just truly thank you. I'll like to, so next we'll have a 15-minute Q&A session. I think it would be easiest for us to begin with questions in the room, and then we'll move on to questions online. So I'll hand the mic over to Maya to facilitate questions in the room, and then we'll move on to online space. Thank you so much.
Right, the floor is open for questions from in-person attendees. Any questions for Dr. Banerjee? Yes, and should I can work with you.
Okay, no, Dr. Banerjee, thank you so much for this lecture. I actually come from an LMIC, so this was very eye-opening, you know, as when coming from LMIC studying in a high-income country and in this institution. This is a moment that happened like a few months ago, and it's still like stuck in my head, where a head of a global health institute back home made a public statement that decolonizing global health education starts from institutions and researchers in the global South, by them taking back the power and them sort of feeling less inferior. So I just want to know like her view on that. And I'm not claiming that I support or reject this statement, but I just want her views on that.
I'm sorry, I'm just a little unclear. Would you mind just repeating that one more time?
Yeah, so the statement made was that decolonizing global health education starts from the global South. So the institutions and the researchers in the global South should stop feeling oppressed, so to speak, and take back that power.
Okay. I would have to sit with that and reflect on it. I think we have also internalized as a result within members of low middle income countries that they have no choice but to rely on high income countries. They have also internalized as a result, right, of high income countries doing this work and going in and feeling they have the solutions, they can make things better, they can save them, they know better, has been internalized. I mean, it makes sense, right? When you have centuries of, colonialists and people even like in the post-colonial era, so many people coming in with this colonial mindset. I mean, low middle income countries, eventually many of them have this form of learned helplessness, right? And I believe it's only recently that they are now reclaiming, right, and are understanding that we have been intrusive to this day, right? And we are constantly actually reminding them when we are working with them that they don't know the answers and that they cannot survive without us, right? And I think this is the problem. I think the fact that we now have many leaders, I don't say many leaders, we have more than we used to, right? Who are from low middle income countries who are now finally sitting at the decision making table, right? And actually committed to their liberation and to really find a way that they are actually, as I said, changing the seating arrangement. But the reality is, because of the stats that I've shown, we still have a very, very long way to go. And we can't just have a handful of people who are now in a position of power, who have the lived experiences, have training from LMIC and also from high income countries, to take the sole responsibility to do this work, right? It's not fair. And if you're in a room that's filled with majority very privileged, often white leaders, there's very much little that we can do who have those lived experiences. I hope that was helpful.
Yes, thank you for that response. Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you for the talk. I was at CUGH this year. And I guess my question is more, that's a huge shift turn. The publishing industry, where our African colleagues are very much stuck in the middle instead of first and ending, is a huge shift to turn. So I think CUGH needs to move to Africa or Asia or somewhere else. So I guess my question is, with these massive institutions, Duke, McGill, do we dismantle within the system, or do we help create it in the system that's a bit more equitable to communicate out?
Yeah, I mean, the reality is, I feel like we just still continue to extract. And I fully agree the CUGH should be housed in, a region in Africa, or at least the conferences should be taking in place, in low middle income countries, so they are accessible to those who fully deserve to be there and to lead the agenda. But I think because of the geopolitical alignments that we have, I think even as institutions like McGill and Duke, often many of us who are part of these institutions, we are being radical, we are being disruptive. We are trying to bring the voices to the forefront from low middle income countries. But then also we have this more broad, system, at our US government, our Canadian government, that is not allowing us to do this. And I know there's people who are more, well-versed in this topic, but, you also need to think about the political and the capitalist investment, right? That takes place when we are situated in high income countries. And I haven't really talked about this, but, I think at the end of the day, we're trying to also figure out how institutions benefit more from a capitalist lens. I'm just going to leave it there because I feel like more people are going to be able to speak to that. but I do kind of question at times that are these global health program education programs a source of revenue for high income, cities? And I know I might get into trouble saying that, but it's a fact and it's the truth.
Thank you for that response. Any other questions from, yes, Professor Yoon?
Thank you first of all for a fantastic talk. Can you hear me? If not, I'll come closer to the mic. And we're looking forward to, great, we're looking forward to you visiting next month. And we'll take you out for lunch. And if anyone's interested in meeting us for lunch, we'll organize something. Well, I'd love your thoughts on the role of research funders. Two quick reflections. One, there have been two recent requests for proposals from giant global health organizations. They were structured in a way that it was literally humanly impossible for anyone other than a for-profit consulting firm to respond. The turnaround was like 2 weeks' time. There was no chance on earth. To be honest, many of our partners in Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana saw these RFPs, would have loved to have applied, would have been the best suited. But university, and we can't even get a proposal through in 2 weeks. So that's one reflection. The other reflection is that the Alliance for Health Systems Policy Research is doing something quite radical. Their grants, 85% has to be spent in a lower middle income country, and at least 50% of the research team have to be women. Those grants are tiny. They are not going to fund the bulk of research, but it's kind of a signal of what could be ahead if others were willing to move. I would love your thoughts.
I feel like you're well versed in this, Dr. Yami. I feel like you can answer this question better than I can, but I think something I do actually want to reflect on, it's not even just for funding opportunities. I agree. I have seen just a plethora of funding mechanisms that have a very short span of time to get a grant proposal together that is thoughtful. But what's also interesting is because of, particularly after 2020, with the global reckoning after George Floyd's death, is that funding mechanism is now also demanding to partner with countries and LMICs, right? Whether it's global health funding mechanisms or it's local funding mechanisms, you need to partner with a community that historically has been equity denied. And that puts a lot of pressure on us who want to do the work well. Like you can imagine, partnering, building trust, trying to figure out, who is actually leading the proposal, where is the funding going to be mainly concentrated in. But from what I see from a Canadian perspective, I feel now that researchers are jumping on this bandwagon and they've never actually cared before about meaningfully partnering with LMIC countries or equity denied communities locally and just want to advance their personal research career, right? And at the end of the day, for all of us who are in high income countries, partnering with low and middle income countries, and even if we are building a strong equitable partnership and relationship, the benefits are always outweighed with respect to us. We are the ones that are still ended up publishing. We are still ones that are often holding the dollar money in our institutions. And that actually just fuels us to get more and more funding. And I think at the end of the day, like LMICs are still actually benefiting very little. And I feel like even writing the research project is like a parachute experience in itself. And we're seeing the same situation when it comes to publications. I was recently invited to write a commentary for a very well-renowned journal, and their condition was like, you have to partner, you have to have co-authors from the global south. And they had only given me 2 weeks to write this. And I was like, this is nearly impossible. And at the end of the day, many to make, again, meaningfully to take that process, to take that time, to make sure that these grants and papers are truly embedded in the expertise, the knowledge of our LMIC partners is still being dismissed. And then, I don't know, I feel like we haven't shifted the needle, and I feel like everyone is just jumping on the bandwagon for their own personal career benefit. We're part of high income countries such as McGill and Duke, U of T, Harvard, can name all of them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we transition into a brief intermission, I do want to give our virtual attendees a chance to ask any questions that they might have. Lisa, if you're able to moderate Zoom questions.
Yeah, thank you, Maya. So we have a few people with their hands up. Just for visibility, how much time do we have for online questions?
We can take 10 additional minutes.
Okay, perfect. I'll start with you, Anisha, and go ahead and ask your question.
Hi, so I was just wondering, I know many universities, like including Duke, have programs that offer like summer or semester-long trips to other countries. A lot of them LMICs, and some of the activities that are conducted in those countries are beneficial to both like the host country and also valuable for students. But I know some of them do kind of promote voluntourism and largely benefit the students, sometimes to the detriment of the host country. So I was just wondering like how you might suggest that programs such as that try to pivot in the future to being a little bit more informed and yeah.
No, that's a really great question. So I know many institutions have pre-departure trainings, as they like to frame it, before they send their students to low middle income countries. And I do want to take note, there has been, many students who I've seen have done these short-term summer programs where that actually enabled them to really build strong partnerships. And for first and foremost, not going in, to have that pressure to complete a whole project, but more so going in there to actually start their journey to build relationships and trust, because they are really committed to having a sustainable opportunity, and they realize they want to contribute rather than lead, with the permission of the low middle income country partners. I think something that I push many of my students when they often come to me and they are like, I got an opportunity to go to Rwanda or India, and so forth, and they're excited, but then I ask them, is this the right opportunity for you? Have you had a chance to interact with members of the LMIC group to actually ask them if you are a good fit and how you will be of value? So I always tell students before they're about to accept an opportunity to go in the summer, and now it's easier to do than ever virtually, is to actually have many conversations with the partners in LMICs, and really, actually, I would argue, ask for permission first if they can enter. And what is the homework that they need to do? I know there's a lot of talk on building global health competencies. I am totally against global health competencies. I think they need to be more in the form of participatory competencies that needs to be led and created, that is context specific to where you are traveling to. I think something that students also miss out on, and that needs to be part of their training, is when they are entering these settings, know the history of these settings. When I went to Guwahati, Assam, when I came into the airport, I saw military everywhere. I had no idea what the political state of this region was. I didn't, and I'm pretty sure it was connected to their healthcare access, to their services, and I didn't have time because I was just parachuted into for 2 weeks to just extract data. And what's the point of even collecting this data if you're not even going to be able to connect it to their legacies of colonialism if they weren't colonized, just currently to like the geopolitical state, right? And so our students are actually coming in as a result, because we're not training them, we're not providing meaningful pre-departure training to actually understand the political, social, historical context of these countries. And we're not also enabling them to understand also the strengths, the richness, who are the experts, who should they be working with as opposed to them working with them. And I think this actually connects to one of the questions online about curriculum. We have to transform the curriculum. Like we are sending our students in blindsided, being very complicit, and very unaware.
Thank you so much. That was really helpful.
Thank you for that question, Anisha. Next, I'll turn it to Liz. Hi, Liz. Can you hear us? And if you still have a question, feel free to unmute yourself.
Oh, thanks, Lisa. I'm afraid I don't have a question to ask now. I'm enjoying hearing sorry if it looked like my hand was raised.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you. And just thank you so much. I'm thoroughly enjoyed this session.
Yeah. I'll move on to a question that was in the chat put by Kari, and they asked, thank you so much for this talk. It was truly eye-opening. They were wondering, how do we challenge difficult mindsets among ourselves and the people around us, knowing that we can clearly see ourselves as students and educators of global health, that we're heavily influenced by colonial mindsets, but friends and family around us may not be aware of these problematic practices that are occurring?
Yeah, that's a great question. I really appreciate that. I think, for change to really start, like, as I said, we are part of this echo chamber, and often the conversations that we are having about decolonization, anti-racism, white supremacy, approximation to whiteness, and so forth, is only contained amongst us. And I think to really make a true, meaningful global shift, we need to have these conversations outside of the classroom, beyond with our professors, project teams, and peers. And that includes your families and people who are in your daily lives. And, I think the reality, there is a plethora of resources now that are actually not just educational resources. I mean, we think of podcasts, we think of documentaries, movies, like these are accessible mediums where you can actually talk to just everyone in your daily lives about the current state of global health practice, research, policy, and so forth. The news are always reporting it. They're not always the best, but it's a conversation starter. I have to say I raised my mom very well in the last decade or so, because I think about myself and I know, I am part of the model minority myth, right? So I was taught to keep my head down and to model to other racialized groups what it means to be successful. And that is a form of white supremacy, right? It pits us against each other. So, my parents coming to Canada, I'll be honest, I grew up in a very racist environment. I was racist growing up against Black and Indigenous people, right? And how is that rooted in our histories back in, say, South Asia? You connect it back to casteism. Casteism, there's a huge social movement that has been spearheaded by the US, right? And now it's trickling into Canada as well. And these impact our daily lives every day in and out. And I am forcing to have these really difficult conversations with her mother, who's a philosopher. And now I see her having these conversations within her community members, right? And I think this is the power that comes from all of you as students. You have to give yourself a lot of credit, because a lot of us who are scholars, I think, Dr. Yami would agree, Dr. Pai, would agree that we are all being shaped because of all of you, because you are now starting to ask us the difficult questions in the classroom. And you're also hosting these type of events to really create a really strong social movement within the global health education system and beyond.
Yeah, thank you for that. Another question from the chat is, you presented this idea of health beyond health, which seems to be missing from our current global health training programs. And they were wondering whether your institution includes this concept in its curriculum and how we could incorporate these teachings into our future curriculums.
Unfortunately, again, we haven't launched our global health program yet. I am an equity, diversity, inclusion lead, so I feel like I have some influence in how this curriculum is going to be delivered. But based on the current courses that are being offered and offered across many different higher income institutions, I think there are courses that really dive into the geopolitical nature of global health, as you know, but there are electives. So they're not a core part of the curriculum. So I think we need to start revitalizing the curriculum to make sure there is a course about the history, there is a course about geopolitics, there's a course on global health policy. They should not just be electives. And I think we need to have a massive audit of all the global health programs and their curriculum across high income countries. And there needs to be content that is mandated for our students to participate, not in the form of competency, but more in terms of really ensuring that global health education is truly critical, inter and multidisciplinary. I know a lot of our students who want to take courses more focused, for example, on the geopolitical side, they actually have to go to the Department of Political Science to take those courses. And then there's additional barriers getting into those courses because they're often their small seminar courses. They have a capacity. So our students are like missing out even if they try to get into other courses across the university. So we need to make sure that we are actually meaningfully embedding it into our curriculum, and also as course instructors, even if you're not teaching a course in global health, maybe you're teaching a course on public health or methods. You know, no one talks about epidemiology as a field, and that it is eugenics and how that is actually very driven in global health. You know, I don't understand why as instructors we're scared to bring that in. I think we just have to, as instructors, really take the time out and really start to engaging in really self-teaching ourselves. Because again, as instructors, we were also part of a system that taught us to be complicit and ignorant of white supremacy.
Thank you for your lecture again and all your answers. I think this is a testament to just how ongoing these conversations are, because we have so many questions that we did not get to address, but unfortunately we do have to transition to a brief break and we'll come back for the next speaker. Is there any last thing that you want to leave us with as right before we go?
Don't stop the fuel. I'm being honest, like students, we're our only last hope right now. So keep charging, don't be afraid, disrupt, and just know that you have faculty, for example, Dr. Yanni in the room, who will have your back and be along your side. I think there's more and more faculty that are willing to disrupt with you as students. Ask us those hard questions, call us out in the classroom, because that is the only way that we are going to be able to learn and move along with you in this social movement to decolonize. And yeah, I hope to see some of you in person. I am coming to North Carolina next month. So hopefully we can continue these conversations over some good food. And I get to interact with people in the US a lot. So we're the sister countries, so we need to also come together more. So thank you so much. And I hope all of you enjoy the rest of the conference, and congratulations to students.
Okay, so we're going to take a brief 15 to 20 minute intermission before our next speaker, Mark Radin, at 11:30. Please come back at 11:25 to hear about decolonizing development and creating lasting partnerships. For those on Zoom, feel free to stay or rejoin at the time, but begin our next speaker at 11:20. Or we'll begin introducing him at 11:20. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me to talk. I first want to just really emphasize how impressive it is that this is a student-led event. And I got my master's degree in international development from Johns Hopkins site. I also led a student event, and I know it is exhausting, sometimes thankless, many nights where you aren't sleeping. So please, everyone recognize the organizers because they put in a lot of effort and it's very impressive. It's important for the sector. The second thing I wanted to just briefly talk about was like how I found myself here, because sometimes I don't know why I am the one who got to get into this position. So I want to thank RTI because they gave me this opportunity, and it's really because I am interested in this topic. And when I joined RTI, there was already a organization and group that has been thinking about this deeply, and I was able to join that group just in time to get invited to this. So I'm still new to how RTI thinks about decolonizing development. And this is actually the first time I'm speaking to a group about what we do. And then on a more like personal story, my path here was probably started when I was a young student in New York City, where I'm from, where I went to a Jewish day school that had a heavy emphasis on social justice. And I think a lot of my educational experiences have been focused on how do you incorporate that into practice. And as an undergrad in college, I took an international development course. And in that course, we were asked to write proposals for projects. And I don't think I did very well in that course because something that frustrated me a lot was I had no contextual knowledge about any of these situations. And so I remember we had to write a proposal for how to reincorporate child soldiers. I think it was in Liberia society. I knew nothing about Liberia or nothing about incorporating child soldiers back into formal society. And it really struck me that it's a very strange exercise. And as I said, I did not do that well, but I was very interested in learning more about this space and how people do this and what we can do to be better at doing it. All right, next slide. Okay, so first, what is RTI? RTI is international, is both a global research institute and a leading international development organization. Combine these powerful capabilities with those of our partners to co-create smart, shared solutions for a more prosperous, equitable, and resilient world. RTI has more than 6,000 staff. We are implementing more than 70 USDA projects in more than 90 countries around the world. We typically publish 1,200 or so peer-reviewed journal articles a year. And in 2022, 45% of those publications were co-authored with non-US researchers from our extensive research network. And we also have offices, regional offices in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And those offices are able to leverage our regional networks and context-appropriate approaches to identify and support local partners. Within RTI's international development arm, we implement projects across a range of sectors, including education, global health, energy, environment, food and agriculture, water security, sanitation and hygiene, and governance. And our main client is the international development arm, is USAID. And we have an extensive history of working with local partners across LMIC. And I'm sorry that I don't know the full history of that because I started at RTI about a year ago. And even in that short time, I've not been able to learn all about all of our projects. And so I will highlight some of our projects today, but the ones I'm focusing on are all newer. But I do know if anyone is interested, there is extensive documentation of the work we've done with local partners in different sectors. One of the projects I've heard a lot about is our engagement with local universities in Indonesia to really help build their capacity to go ahead and conduct their own research. And I think we were able to successfully implement that project. And I think they have now taken the lead there. Also, RTI now has a goal to positively impact the well-being of 1 billion people by 2030 through science-based solutions in climate, education, health, and equity. And I mentioned that I work in the international development arm, but there's also a large domestic part of RTI that does a lot of work. And I'm very happy that I saw that there's an event tomorrow focused on Durham, but we are based in North Carolina. We were founded partially by the 3 major universities in the Triangle. And so there's a commitment to working both as well. So I will have to read more of my notes for these few slides because a lot of this is changing and new, both to us and RTI. I think we've talked about how decolonization or locally led development are new and changing terms and growing issues in the sector. So I'm still also learning what is RTI's approach. I'm going to do my best to share that with everyone here. But essentially, we're committed to locally led development. We have, I think, thought a lot about this and found that the power dynamics of colonialism remain deeply entrenched in longstanding norms who designs, delivers programs not only outdated, they're detrimental to development outcomes. Shifting power to communities close to their own development challenges is essential for increasing their resiliency to thrive, adapt, and sustain progress. And RTI takes this message seriously. And so we are developing a multi-pronged approach to how to really implement this and live our vision in our words. And the first step is to shift power and put our local partners in the driver's seat. What does this actually mean? These partners should get a lot of the funding. You have to make sure you quickly build that into your budget, but they should be getting a substantial portion, not necessarily be a minor and unnamed partner, but they should be there at the driver's seat from the very beginning. They should be involved in the design process, which starts anywhere from 2 years before an opportunity becomes the request for proposal is released to maybe 2 weeks before, depending upon the situation. But it's really important that you would engage those local partners in developing your approach to addressing these proposals. And then we believe that you should practice neutrality and reciprocity with local actors. That means it's a 2-way street. We have a lot of expertise or experience doing a number of things in the international development space, but our local partners also have a deep breadth of knowledge based upon their context and their own skill sets that we need to learn from. The next part of our approach is to connect local actors to enhance networks and systems. So we recognize that local actors operate in multiple systems and networks that are essential for them to deliver their services or achieve results, and that successfully locally led development must take this local context into consideration. There are important relationships and power dynamics that exist, and we need to recognize those in designing our approaches. So we believe that creating resilient communities requires a comprehensive approach that enables local actors to work more effectively together. We utilize a system-level approach that seeks to improve and maximize the potential of local individuals and institutions to affect change on broad levels. So we first want to say we do this by the general principle in international development of do no harm, which is an essential guiding principle for everything you do. And so we do this by making sure we consider the systemic impacts of everything we do and ensure that one local actor is gained, not at the expense of another. We also have to be intentional, thoughtful, working with our partners to investigate the landscape, better understand who the local actors are and what those local relationships, roles, tools, and resources are that exist on the ground. And then we want to connect local institutions and individuals with one another to strengthen platforms for collaborations. And finally, it's essential to gain trust and credibility with our own host country governments to work in partnership because they are taking the lead for many of these activities. The next step is to strengthen capacity of local actors in the areas that are a priority for them. This one I think is always interesting with the word capacity, but we believe significant local capacity already exists, but may need to be strengthened in certain areas to help local actors expand or deepen their work. We approach capacity strengthening work as a facilitator and partner, helping local actors build their own capacity so that it can be their own agents of change. We understand that strengthening local capacity may not be a priority in every project or with every partner. It is essential to work with partners to understand where they want to build their own capacity and what their priorities and goals are. You should provide contextualized and customized support with those partners and work with local institutions to reflect and measure their own progress against your stated goals. Finally, we want to learn from our local partners and adapt our work in real time. By prioritizing local voices and defining development challenges, co-creating smart shared solutions with local organizations, facilitating strong connections within and across local networks, we are better able to support a more prosperous, equitable, and resilient world. So that is the general approach. And that was a lot of new information to me because as part of this presentation, I had to do a lot of internal RTI research as well to talk to a number of people who I'd never met before. So thank you for that. I'm also a student and I have a lot of questions. But there are other groups that are also saying a lot about decolonization and that it is also a priority for them. And I want to focus on donors for a second and start with USAID. USAID has a strong commitment to localization. And you can see the administrator Smith Power has a quote here: if we truly want to make aid inclusive, local voices need to be at the center of everything we do. And so they have set out some clear targets on how they want to actualize this belief. And to directly provide at least a quarter of program funds to local partners, and 50% of programming will place local communities in the lead. And these are the goals of USAID. I'll also say that USAID is not the only donor who is committed to localization or providing more direct funding. You know, there are a number of other groups in Europe and possibly in other countries that I don't know as well about. There's also foundations and multilateral organizations that are also discussing what decolonization means to them, but I don't know as much about that, so I can't speak to it. Okay, so a little bit about RTI decolonization and what we're thinking about internally. So, okay, we have something called the Racial Justice and Equity Group, and I am a member of that group. And the story of that group is, as everyone knows, there was a large social outcry after the murders, and these are not exclusive. These were, I think, the ones that just had the most attention, including George Floyd. And after that, there was a lot of thinking on how RTI could respond both internally and externally to these vital movements, social movements that were happening across the country. And a number of groups formed within RTI. A lot of them were in different levels. So in terms of the organization, in divisions, they had multiple different names. I think a lot of it was everyone felt committed to doing something, but figuring out what it was took some time, and there were many voices. Some of it was employee plus, some of it was from the executive team, but they had a diversity, equity, inclusion group that was formed, racial justice and equity team that was formed on the RTI level, and as I said, also within the divisions. And some of the first activities they did was to bring an outside consultant to conduct trainings, just so our RTI could look internally to see what we were doing. What did promotion look like? What did recruitment look like? How are these different things impacting our commitment to racial justice and equity, and making sure that we had a welcoming and diverse voice group? And from that, an equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging team was formed, and they were provided a budget, which is a very important factor in how you can really push these things along, because with that budget, you could hire staff, you could host events and have them for trainings and do a number of other things. They've also decided that every single employee at RTI has a EDIB performance goal. And that means the way our performance works is you work with your supervisor to develop what your performance metrics are, but every single employee is required to do something related to EDIB, and that's something that they would discuss with their supervisor, and they're required to reflect on throughout the year and make a commitment. And there's also a group that recently formed, I think, a few months ago, TRUE for short, that's the Transformative Research Unit for Equity. They're doing a number of projects on figuring out how to really better align this vision for EDIB, or Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging, with our research and our practice. They've started a number of trainings and a number of research projects that are doing that. Next, specifically, something that I can speak more to is our internal trainings. So we have started something called the Grappling with Colonial Legacies of Development course. That was actually my entry point to this meeting to begin with. I took that course as an employee and I was very interested in it. So I have found more involved and now will be a future trainer in that course. And then there's also currently an ongoing racial justice and equity campaign where we are inviting RTI staff to participate in readings and conversations and sharing of photos to really reflect on what RJU means for them personally and in our practice. So I am going to focus on 4 projects. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do before. Sorry. So 4 different things I'm going to highlight to help really demonstrate what RTI is doing in the space. Because I spent a lot of time talking about our visions, and everyone knows that just because something is a vision does not mean you put it into practice. So I spoke to a number of people across the different practice areas at RTI to identify 3 projects that I highlighted what we are doing in this localization space. And these 3 projects, for the most part, are new. I think one of them has maybe been going on for about a year or so, but so the exact impacts or results are not yet clear. But it's really the design that I think is the most interesting thing that I wanted to share. So the first one I'm going to discuss is about basic education, and it's in Guatemala. The next one is a food security program in Ethiopia, health program in Senegal, and then, as I mentioned, the course that we are teaching to our own staff. So the first project is in Guatemala. As I mentioned, it's in 12 different municipalities, and it's really focused on improving education to go from the primary to secondary school and make sure that people don't drop out of the educational system. So this is a lot on this slide. Unfortunately, there's too much information to put here, but I thought it was still interesting because it's a really large project, and there's a lot of different components. And the rationale behind all of this is something that if you're interested in, I encourage you to read and learn more about USAID's vision for this project. But here we are focusing on improving the quality of education services to improve the quality of life of youth, particularly Indigenous youth and young women. The result I'm most interested in focusing on actually is result 4, which is in the bottom right. And it's a result where we have to work on the organizational and technical capabilities of local sub-recipients, increased to support key components of the activity. And this is really at the core of how we designed this project, or approach to this project, where we have partners, which I will discuss in a second, but they were integral to the entire process of designing what we were going to do, from the capture phase, the protocol response and development, and throughout the submission and the implementation. So these are our partners. I thought about this particular slide for a while, because typically everything is in English, and someone told me that I should translate the slide. I intentionally decided not to translate the slide because I think part of the spirit of this project is a lot of what we're doing is in Spanish. And I think that is a big conversation in terms of how we can be better at being more inclusive. On a personal level, I know I spoke with Maya early on in this process, and I noted that I have a lot of questions about decolonization and how we are going to do this, and that Spanish is also a colonial language itself. However, it is more inclusive, and I thought it was important to note that a lot of the material and the information that RTI produces is in Spanish. There's also a bunch of things in French, depending on what you're working in, but I left this slide in for that reason. But here you can see RTI is working with 4 different local partners, including a university, student foundations, and the social enterprise. And they each have different technical areas that they specialize in. And they are really given, I think, they take the lead in delivering those specific technical areas. So I want you to, as I said previously, the most important result for this talk, at least is this result 4, where there is a comprehensive approach to working with these different organizations to empower them to actually take on their own USAID grants. And part of the project is after the 5 years of implementation, there is an additional role that's going to go directly to these organizations that RTI will not be a part of. And that was very important and is unique to a lot of projects that I haven't personally seen that on another project. But that means part of the results of RTI's contract here is that these organizations are able to do that on their own without RTI, where we will not be involved, and that is transferring this support and the budget directly to these local partners. And so we had to build that in, and there are metrics that we have to report on that are related to all of this. And so these partners have to be intimately involved in both the technical side and the operations side. And something that we heard about briefly in the question time is get a proposal and you only have 2 weeks, unless you have like perfect, even with perfect operations, I'm not sure that you can respond in a 2-week time, but this is at least getting it closer to have these organizations be able to do something like that. The next project I was going to talk about is the Feed the Future project in Ethiopia. The Feed the Future Ethiopia transforming agriculture activity. And so this one is really focusing on healthy diets for women and children in particular, and making sure everything is nutritious and building markets. And one of the approaches that we had here, which I'll actually focus on these, was really to empower our local partners. But I want to put this slide up here to show you how large and complex this project is. There are a number of different areas that we're working, as you can see with all the different colors. If you look at this target symbol here, those represent our offices. So we have 6 different offices in 6 different locations in Ethiopia, and who are each covering different things. And so the reason I wanted to highlight that is you can see the second group, First Consult, is a local partner, and they're actually managing those offices. And that is also something that is unique, and at least one of the first times I've seen it. Oftentimes, implementing partners are managing the office, and then the specific roles are given to these different local partners. But in this case, we're having the local partner actually lead the office themselves. And then we've also taken these different results and have distributed the responsibility for leading in the results. And you can see that we have these 2 different local groups, or sorry, this First Consult group, who is leading on the third one to increase enterprise growth and employment in the food and agricultural sectors, and also to advance key social priorities through public-private partnerships. And by leading, that means is their staff who is managing that technical area and who are responsible for developing the approaches and following through all activities and the monitoring of that. Everything is done as a team together, but that is significant that that group is responsible for those different results. And then in Senegal, it's pronounced Awad. Apologies if I mispronounced that. There is a global health systems strengthening project focused also on maternal health. And I also wanted to point out here very quickly that I was looking through the RTI list of pictures, and intentionally I was trying to actually avoid people's faces. But when I saw this photo, I noticed at the bottom that we actually had their names listed, and then this confirmation that they all consented to the photo. And I thought that was actually very interesting and very important point to make, that RTI also requires that any photos of people taken, that we get their explicit consent, and that that is written somewhere. I have their names on my notes somewhere, but I can't see them here, so apologies for not having memorized that. And this project, as I said, is really a systems health strengthening project, focusing on government to government support. So the idea is that the government really should be taking over the ownership in terms of delivering and implementing the different health services that we are supporting them on, and increasing community engagement. And so this is a project that's focused on really transitioning that service responsibility, or helping government take ownership over this. So this last bit is about the course that I mentioned, where I really got involved with the racial justice and equity group. And this, from my understanding, has been a rapidly evolving course in terms of what people are looking for. But essentially the idea is really to get employees to think critically about what we are doing and what is the history of development, what our organization is doing, and what individuals can do to address decolonization. And we do ask employees to be very open and reflective on their experience and honest and transparent. I will say now I've taken it once, I was trained through one, and it's been very inspiring to hear what different RTI employees have been willing to share and reflections that they've made. And at the end of this session, we asked people to come up with a list of ways that RTI could be better, how the sector could be better. And the idea is at some point, once we have a large enough list, we're going to look through it and really try and identify things that we're going to recommend to the executive team at RTI to help incorporate and make sure that we are doing better. I think this is a learning process for all of us, and that part of this activity is that we need to learn from ourselves and we need to hold ourselves accountable, but we won't be perfect. And then I also want to emphasize that there is significant support throughout RTI for these activities. Right now, it's actually the Racial Justice and Equity Month that I had previously mentioned, where we have these different week-long challenges or activities where you can engage in different conversations, do a daily reading, offer reflections, share photos. It's a very participatory activity. We're really trying to get people to think more critically about many of the questions that have raised today. And then I also want to highlight that from our executive leadership, there are a lot of people who are thinking about this. So Paul Weisenfeld is the head of the International Development Group, and he has been a big voice on thinking critically on how we can incorporate racial justice into global development. And so it is coming from both employees and the executive team on how we can think critically to better decolonize our activities. Some things that I question when I think about what is the role of RTI, what is our position. I think for the most part, we really think of global development as an opportunity to do better and focus on what is it that we do contribute. And something I have sometimes what I question when I think about what am I doing here, are there benefits to having outsiders in terms of neutrality? Sometimes there are important points of sensitivities that by not being local, we are not necessarily considered to have a stake in that game. And I think it's important to think about that and that being part of what our role is. I also think there is a benefit to having multi-country or international experience, doing similar things across countries, because you can draw on lessons, but you also do need to recognize that everything is contextual. So there is some balance. That is something that we can think about. And then also it helps it so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We've been able to do a lot of similar activities in numerous countries, and so we do have some expertise in how to do at least that basic approach. But again, everything needs to be contextualized. And then I really want to focus on this constraint, and I think this is important for everyone to remember. I think this comes up a lot even within our own course at RTI. USAID is part of the state department, which is responsible to Congress, which is ultimately responsible for voters. So we as citizens should be obligated to be active participants in politics. That is where a lot of these directives are coming from. And there are legal processes and mechanisms that are in place that usually train what different groups can and cannot do. And ultimately is us as voters who are responsible for helping change those legal systems. And something else I wanted to reflect on, when I was a graduate student, I remember my schooling was not in public health originally, but I was international studies. And something that has stuck with me and very confusing is the modern nation state, which really started from, I think it's like 1600s at the Treaty of Westphalia, ultimately gave responsibility to what happens within a country's border to that country. That was developed in a colonial era. And we have maintained this idea of a modern nation state I personally am confused on how to mix this idea of decolonization with a current system that has these modern nation states with the expectation that they deliver a specific set of services, which they may or may not. Some of that was imposed on different countries, and when we think critically about what that even means as a world or what we are dismantling, that constantly comes to my mind, and I wish I had answers, but I do not. I had some questions. So that is the end of my presentation, and thank you for listening.
If anyone in person or online has any questions, please feel free to speak it up. Thank you for this lovely presentation and giving us a lot of thought-provoking questions to consider later on. Does anyone? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mark, for the presentation. My question is like, having like a background being like academic space versus contracted research organization, it's easier to sort of think through and make some of those changes. Partnership as well. Local partner.
That's a really interesting question. So I am also finishing my PhD, so I do feel like I'm in a unique position to talk about both spaces. One thing I would say about academia, I think you have typically a lot more freedom to be openly critical of a lot of things. Particularly, I am obviously not a professor nor my tenure, but when you're tenured, you're in the particular position of strength. So I think a lot of it is what you feel comfortable saying, what you feel like you can say, and in academia, there is a big place to do that. I'll also say, from my personal perspective, I think academia is very critical. And I think that is an important function of academia, but a lot of it is like, here are things that aren't going right, let's identify these problems. So if a lot of it is about identifying problems, not necessarily always building solutions, and I feel like a lot of the practice in our area is less focused on identifying those problems and trying to build solutions, but with less open talk. It's also very interesting to me, like the verbiage is completely different. So today, decolonization, I said locally led development a lot. That's like a language that's more the practitioner world. And I feel like in academia, we often say decolonization. Are they different? Are they the same? I'm not really sure. But I think there are just different languages and different actions. So I'm not sure which, I think there is an important partnership. I'm not sure if one is a better position for having both approaches. If that answers the question.
Hey, great talk, thank you. Do you know if there's any other organizations that have that type of training, or is RTI unique? And is it possible to train them to incorporate this in their curriculum for their staff, faculty?
That is a great question. So I'm not aware of other organizations that do it internally, but part of our course does use materials that are publicly available that come from people who are consultants who work in this space. Definitely, I think that's named correctly, is one of the big leader in this space who has a lot of really interesting things to say. So I highly encourage you guys to look her and read about what she's doing. But I do think there is a growing group of consultants who do work with organizations to talk about this. So other organizations I think are also investing in it. RTI does have a strong commitment to internal development, and we have a large training component of what we offer to employees. And so I think that is somewhat unique, and that we were able to make this course, which came from a group of employees who volunteered their time, is something that maybe doesn't happen. I actually will say one more quick thing. We are a nonprofit research institute, and a lot of the people in this space are for-profit. And so I also don't know how that would impact the ability to do these
question for you, Mark. When you talk about sort of this focus on transitioning agency from the institution to international, which I think is an important component of any collaborative space between an institution and marginalized groups. Can you speak to any of the obstacles that you might have witnessed or experienced or heard about in that process of sharing power with marginalized groups?
That's a great question. I think there's a lot of different things to unpack there. First one that I want to point out, and I also think this makes this more complicated. Working with a local partner does not mean to have incorporated marginalized groups. And there is colonization in countries, but also within countries. And that is a challenge in itself. Understanding those nuances. One of the reasons it's so important to have these local partners is it's hard to understand those nuances without those local partners. So that being said, fully addressing that takes a lot of time and investment in deep understanding of local context. And there is a big push to really include these groups who are from different marginalized communities and get their voices involved. Challenges. So there's a lot of challenges. Working with any government system. So every single donor pretty much has a very long list of different requirements, and the ability to operate a project that is government funded requires significant investment and training in just how to operate it. And so a lot of organizations are not necessarily in a position to, or have not started in a position to invest in that specific area. And so that is something that I think a lot of the partners in international development are trying to work with them to help them improve those functions. So like that capacity building part, but a lot of times the systems just aren't there. And why that is required, again, I think is more like a voter issue and like laws, just beyond the scope of USAID, but there are those requirements, and some of them are very nuanced and detailed, and some of them are made, some things are made for a US context, and then it's just, that is the rule, and then it has to be applied in another country, and it doesn't make sense in another country, you have to figure out how to do that, and out the experience of working directly with the US government, it's possibly time intensive, and it's definitely mistakes if you are just going to go ahead forward that way. And I think that is a barrier, but I do think USAID is committed to working on that. The implementing partners are committed to working on that. There's a lot of capacity building and training on how to apply for and manage government projects. That's a huge barrier.
Is there any feedback like from the local actors in regards to the inclusion or like the perceived value from this transfer of power?
That's a good question. Trying to think of from the other projects that are older, what I've heard, because the ones I've highlighted here are all really new projects that are in the design phase. I think so. RTI has, I think, more than 40 years of experience working with different local organizations, and a lot of times it's needed collaborations. So at least on that metric, I would assume that it is a positive fit. But I think there is always learnings that we have to apply, and we have open conversations with our partners, and we try and figure out what isn't working, what is working. I think it will be a lot easier to answer that question once something like that Guatemala project that I mentioned is over, and those teams are leading their own USAID project without RTI. I think that will be a really interesting opportunity. Did we succeed in building their capacity to manage these contracts on their own? I think similarly to what I was saying as a barrier, oftentimes one of the conversations is like, why are these things so difficult? But like these different capital obligations is understanding that complexity. So that would be like the main thing I can really respond to that, and I hope to have a better answer in a few years.
Thank you again. everyone in person, we are going to take a break to have lunch. For those who are joining us online, have a break panel lined up at 1 p.m. So feel free to hang around or leave and rejoin. Thank you and enjoy the day.
Okay, awesome. So welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed your lunch break. We'll now move forward with our program and enter into our panelist discussion session. My colleagues Saha and I will serve as moderators and provide a few initial questions to our panelists, but want to encourage the panelists to take lead of the conversation and allow it to be a space for positive encouragement and constructive discussion. The panelists have about an hour to run through the questions, then we'll open up the floor to our audience for Q&A. We begin with a brief introduction of the panelists, but also allowing them to briefly introduce themselves before we jump into our questions. Today we have the honor of having three incredible panelists lead us in the discussion of decolonizing global health. Our panelists include Kedest Mathewos. Mathewos is currently a research associate at the University of Global Health Equity in Rwanda. In this role, she provided high-level research and economic support to former Vice Chancellor Professor Agnes Ngakwaho, and is now supporting research activities within the office of the Dean of the Medical. Prior to joining UGHE, Kedest worked with the Institute for Healthcare Improvement and completed various global health and economics research projects at Duke University. She's passionate about improving the management of health systems with the goal of orienting them towards equitable care delivery. She currently serves on the British Medical Journal Regional Advisory Board for Africa. She holds a Bachelor of Arts in Global Health, and a Bachelor of Science in Economics at the University. We'll be matriculating to Johns Hopkins this upcoming fall in the International Health PhD program. We also had Dr. Senjuti Saha on the panel. She's a molecular microbiologist and activist based in Bangladesh, working at the intersection of clinical microbiology. She's been traveling recently and is not doing well today, unfortunately, so she. Now we have also Prativa Baral. She is a Nepalese settler who grew up in, I hope I'm saying this correctly, Dorcho region, now known as South Canada. She's an epidemiologist and PhD candidate at Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, focusing on health equity, health systems resilience, global development against health emergencies, and global health policy. In addition to serving as a global health consultant for various international agencies and governments, she also runs Let Science Connect, which is an initiative aimed to bridge the scientific world to the public through effective science communication. She was a 2021 Pierre Elliott Foundation Scholar, the Canadian head delegate for the G7 Youth Summit in 2022, and a global paper delegate to the World Economic Forum's annual meeting in Davos in 2023. We also have the pleasure of having Namata Joan Perroni. Namata is an independent programming researcher with extensive experience and expertise with sickle cell disease research. She holds a bachelor's degree in business statistics from McGill University. I had the great pleasure of working with Namata last summer and was constantly so impressed with her tenacity and advocacy for sickle cell patients and women and making the world. So Namata really feels that you're on the list. And now we'll begin the panelists. Yeah. If you all want to share it. Yeah, so we'll begin with just a little introduction. Feel free to unmute yourself and briefly introduce yourself and also answer the question, what brought you to this event? Yeah. We'll start with Prativa.
Hi, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Okay, yeah, if you want to get started with, touching on kind of what brought you here and what brought you.
Can you hear us? Or Namata, can you hear us?
We can hear you, but it's a little fuzzy.
How about now?
Can you speak again? Sorry.
I just said, how about now? But okay, we're gonna try and figure it out. I'm not sure.
It's much better, but there's still some background noise and the voice isn't very clear.
Okay, I'm not sure, so I think we'll just go ahead and try and push through, and then if there's any difficulties, just let us know.
Sounds good. Did you want me to start with an intro?
Yes, please.
Okay, sounds good. It does sound a lot better now. Hi, everyone. My name is Prativa Baral. Thank you so much for having me today. As was announced earlier, I'm a PhD candidate in the Department of International Health at Johns Hopkins. I'm an epidemiologist by training and have been working in the health emergency preparedness space for the last several years due to COVID, of course, and now more and more due to climate change. A lot of my work really focuses on health systems resilience and global health governance. Most recently, that has been an attempt to monitor globally the upstream determinants of health that exacerbate health emergencies. So things like equity, political determinants, climate change, with the idea that if we invest in prevention, we really can mitigate or at least limit some of the harm caused by emerging health emergencies. I've also consulted for international organizations and governments, again, on the health emergency and health systems resilience side of things. And through all of this work, have had the opportunity to take part in a lot of global health discourse, and most importantly, to really see the dynamics at play between higher income countries and lower income countries, as well as rich funders with a lot of power, where priorities and resources are very different, of course, due to different realities. I'm really delighted to be here because I'm always questioning my role in global health, especially as someone with roots in Nepal. That's where I was born, but who grew up in Canada and was trained in the United States at Hopkins and Columbia. So I'm really looking forward to diving deep into these uncomfortable but necessary conversations. And like I said, really delighted that you're all putting this incredible 2 days of programming for us. So thank you for having me.
We can move to Namata. Namata, do you want to give your introduction?
It's still a bit difficult to hear you guys, so maybe Namata missed that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's difficult. Hi, everyone. I'm Joan Namata. I'm a Ugandan researcher. I've collaborated with Duke University on a project about sickle cell disease for the past 2 years. I'm glad to be here. I'm also glad to be working on a project that has been concentrating on my country and basically in my community where I was born. I'm glad to be engaging on such topics. I'm glad to meet you all. Thank you.
And that's if you want to give your information as well.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. It's good to be here. Thanks for inviting me. My name is Kedest Mathewos, and I am currently a research associate at the University of Global Health Equity in Rwanda. It's nice to be here with my alma mater. I graduated from Duke about a couple of years ago, so it's nice to make this connection again. Yeah, I'm here because, like everyone here, I've been questioning a lot about what my career will look like in the next few years and what decolonizing global health would look like and what my role will be in that. So good to be conversing with you all and looking forward to the conversation.
Great, thank you all so much for being here. We're going to get started with the questions we have prepared. The first one is, how have you all seen colonial influences in your work? Joan, we'll start with you.
That was me, right? Sorry, it's still a little fuzzy. Yes. Okay. Okay. I mean, the question here would be, where have we not seen influences and colonial influences in our work? I think one of the first images that I remember was when I first started my career in global health, and we would see Black and brown babies crying illustrated in pamphlets, for example, when discussing global health. And I remember feeling extremely uncomfortable about it, but really not knowing what it represented and not having the right words to articulate why I was feeling uncomfortable. So I would say that, you know, and we still see that in some of the pamphlets and illustrations that we see by global health organizations and initiatives. I'm an infectious disease epidemiologist, and so the last few years, I've like I said, I've had the opportunity to be involved in a lot of COVID-related work. And though I think we're slowly acknowledging the colonial influences in my field, specifically, it's still very much a work in progress with check boxes, I think, rather than intentionally putting in place systems that ensure that we're not continuing what we've always done. So, for example, a prime example of this, of course, has been something that we've all seen with resource distribution, namely vaccines and the massive vaccine inequities that we've seen play out these past few years and that we're still playing out, where those with power and those with money have, of course, had access or have access to these life-saving treatments that others don't. Another example would be where the intentions might be right, but the processes are not conducted properly. So, for example, this past year, I was leading a piece of work on global disease surveillance, and this international organization that I was working for had a policy that any work that comes out just can't come from a high-income country, which is great, but in their effort to be more, quote unquote, diverse or to move forward, I guess, decolonial influences in their work, they recruited a team from a non-high income country, where really a lot of the expertise that was needed for this project would have been from a whole other country altogether. So I think we're still seeing these attempts to move forward the decolonial agenda, but I think a lot of the times it's more check boxes. Do we have someone from a low income country, for example, which really is not what we mean when we're trying to dismantle some of these systems, right? So I guess those are a couple of examples, but I mean, I think in global health, I state what I said at the very beginning: where do we not see influences rather than where do we see them?
Thank you so much. Namata, same for you. How have you seen colonial influences show up in your work?
Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity. Being someone from Uganda, East Africa, a country that was formerly colonized by the British, most of the systems, education, health, they were shaped by the British. So most of the systems we are following and everything is largely colonially influenced. What we do, what we study, So that comes to our work, provided that most of the work we do in health, it's aided, or, we depend on aid, and that shapes a lot of what we do. I'll give an example of classism, how things are classified. For instance, I don't know whether I can rent it as dominancy. How people like the global north dominates. I don't know how they depend, what they depend on to say, this is for the underprivileged, we are funding the underprivileged, and I'll generalize it and say facilitated dependency. We create things like the vulnerable populations, then we have donors, and these donors are, and these donors are like, I know the first speakers talked about saviors, acting like saviors. So AIDS itself creates a narrative that, there are these vulnerable populations that can't help themselves. We are helping, they can't help themselves, they can't take on any initiatives. We just have to keep giving them. And that itself has crippled the health systems this side. Even people's mindsets have been shaped that way. By those colonial attitudes that, yes, maybe there are efforts for them to innovate something, but then they also feel like they're marginalized, that their ideas won't be heard. So that aid has crippled the system. I see it a lot that people think, we can't develop anything, but we have to rely on aid. And the aid itself doesn't strengthen anything. It's, aid will come, but nothing will change in the health systems. It is just aid that comes, but nothing will change in terms of capacity, in terms of capacity strengthening, let's say, skills and abilities. It's just aid. And then I've also seen a lot of, I would say, I'm a researcher, and I've had an opportunity to work with institutions from the global north, and they largely shape what we do. Projects come when they've already been defined. So us as people from low income and middle income countries, we can't shape anything. Projects come predetermined, and data collection methods are determined, everything is set. So they just come and implement it in your country. Of course, you have to follow that. So there is nothing you can do about it. You're just there to do what, as they say, as something has been proposed. So for now, that is what I can talk about. I'll give other speakers a chance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Kedest, for you, how have you seen colonial influences show up in your work?
Yeah, thanks for the question, and thank you both for your answers so far. So I joined the global health workforce during COVID, which was not a great time for anybody, but I think that's when a lot of the colonial influences within global health really were highlighted. They existed before, but I think people started paying much attention to them. And so for the past couple of years, I've been doing research and also supporting Professor Binaguaho in a lot of her roles as kind of, for example, like within an advisory committee to Africa CDC or to the Wellcome Trust. So I've seen a lot of the interactions between high-income country institutions and low and middle income country institutions. And I think we can go all day listing them out, but I think I will just mention the top three that I've seen. I think the first one is the expectation that knowledge will flow from high income to low income countries, that there is no reverse knowledge transfer that can happen. there was a very huge grant, like a $30 million grant from the US government to a consortium of seven high-income institutions to work on malaria in sub-Saharan Africa, when there are several equally qualified institutions and researchers that can work on the same exact topic. And I think this kind of reflects the idea that knowledge only exists in high-income countries, and that has been, I've seen that a lot in all these meetings and research projects I've been working on. I think the second one I would like to mention is parachute research, which is often a term used to refer to the fact that, you know, high-income institutions come into LMICs to collect data and then go back, do the analysis, write the papers up in their own institutions, and, you know, have first author positions. And there's a lot of data showing that there is a huge inequity in that as well. And this comes with inability to strengthen research skills within LMIC. So you see a lot of a gap in grant application skills, grant management skills, that because data is just collected, analysis is done in high-income countries. And the third one I would like to point out is there's a lot of kind of vertical funding and one-time fixes that occur in global health, and that does not strengthen the health system. And I often draw the parallel between, you know, colonialism, the colonial era, when, you know, administrations were focused on keeping people healthy enough to work, or to keeping colonial administrations healthy enough. So they didn't build a system that could last long enough. And I think that's to some extent replicated in how we do global health currently. I'll end there, but I'm sure there'll be more discussion about these topics.
Perfect, thank you all so much. Our second question is, what does decolonization mean to you within the context of your own work? Prativa, we'll start with you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. I think we're all trying to understand what it means to decolonize our work, right? I think we've used the word decolonizing so much that it almost has lost a common definition, or what do we even mean by that? I don't think all of us agree on what that means. Is decolonizing the returning of the land in the broader sense? And if that's not it, then what do we mean by decolonizing global health, when global health as a system was started as a process to help the colonization process, right? Like if we go back in history, when we think about what started out as tropical medicine and then became international health and then now is global health, what does it really mean to decolonizing global health when the entire system was built on those colonizing roots? But in the context of global health and public health, something that I think a lot about is the idea of knowledge generation, to Kedest's point earlier, and how so much of non-Western types of knowledge is disregarded or not seen as valid forms of knowledge, right? We're moving towards a type of medicine, at least in the global north, and public health really, that is much more metric oriented, very technical. And I'm a scientist, I'm a quantitative researcher, so I find a lot of value in that, but I think it's also really important to recognize that and acknowledge that so many other types of knowledge were disregarded, forgotten, pushed away as part of the colonial movement. And there are things that aren't always measurable or have clear metrics. I'm thinking of the Atlantic piece that came out this morning, actually, on long COVID, where, you know, all of the technical metrics point to no illness or no disease, but clearly there are a lot of people who are feeling very, very poorly as a result of long COVID. So anyways, I'm thinking a lot of forms of healing that were passed down across generations through storytelling or word of mouth. And all of this is to say that we don't fully understand health in the human body, and that there is a place for a technical side of things, absolutely. But I think in the context of decolonizing and of our work, there's a place for the social, the cultural sides of medicine and public health, and we often forget or minimize that, when in fact we know that social contacts and social norms and culture all play a role in health. So I think that's what would mean to decolonize public health and medicine, is really that. So all of this rambling aside, decolonizing in the context of my work would be, one, to acknowledge that the public health systems that we have today is because of colonization and the accumulation of knowledge and resources by a select limited few, at the detriment of everybody else. And then two, asking ourselves, okay, so how do we restore all the things that we took, and how do we revive and rekindle other forms of knowledge, or other models of public health systems, which are two very big questions, but I think that's where we should be headed.
Thank you so much. Namata, for you, what does decolonization mean to you in the context of your own work?
Yeah, decolonization to me, most in research and education, and then health, it would mean to rethink and restructure systems to create equity and inclusion for the target populations, so the indigenous communities. By this, I mean, if we are to decolonize a field like research or health, I feel like the target populations or the indigenous populations need to be included to set their own agendas, or they can be like, there should be like balance of power. And then I also think there should be preparation of those communities. If you are going to decolonize health or research, and we are going to include communities, we are advocating for inclusion and equity. How are we preparing those communities? Are they prepared for such? So, and there is also a question, like my former colleague said, for health itself and global health in particular, we need to understand the depth of colonial roots in global health in order to decolonize it. And once we understand that, we can set our targets and know we can go by this. And yeah, thank you. I'm sure I will discuss more as we go on.
Yeah, thank you. That's for you. What does decolonization mean to you?
Yeah, I think my co-panelists have eloquently expressed a lot of my thoughts. I guess one thing I would add is when we refer to decolonization in global health, it's often thinking about the global south versus the global north, inequities between those two areas, or looking at, 80% of leaders within global health institutions come from high-income countries, not low-income countries. But I think our goal with decolonization should be kind of the eradication of inequity generally, instead of focusing on the inequity between high-income countries and low and middle-income countries, right? So even if we look at decolonization movements in the 60s and the 70s in Africa, a lot of, technically, politically, these countries became independent, but the systems that remained later on were still very inequitable. And looking at South Africa, for instance, right? The Black population still doesn't have strong economic power, et cetera. So I think when we look at creating equity between the global north and the global south, we should not forget other forms of inequity that exist, again, between and across countries.
Yeah, thank you all for those answers. So we'll move on to our fourth question. How are you or emerging scholars in your field advocating for decolonial action? And adding on to that, how are you doing this while protecting yourself and your peers? Yeah.
I'll get started. This is a really big question. And I think a lot of us are still trying to figure out what that looks like in terms of action. One thing that I would say first and foremost is it might seem like a small thing, but pushing on the definition of global health. So I'll take a step back and just echo what a lot of my co-panelists have said about the current practices in health and global health, specifically in delivery, maintaining systems of oppression. And so when we think about defining global health, I think our definition of it is unclear still. And again, that might seem like a nitpicky thing, but how we choose to define global health determines how we operationalize it, right? And how we practice it and how we build systems around it. And so I think one thing that I and emerging scholars in my field have advocated for is to be clear about how we choose to define global health, because I think that kind of trickles down into the acting part. But that being said, I think a lot of the work has to be first and foremost internal. Being really clear to yourself, especially those of us who have been trained in, northern institutions, or however we want to call them, being clear to ourselves about why we're practicing global health, what is our intention really of doing research in global health or practicing global health, being clear about who's benefiting from this work, right? And acknowledging that as global health researchers, that we as researchers in our career, we do benefit from the work. And I think we don't really talk about that. So really being clear about why you're doing the work and who's benefiting from it, and being transparent about that is super important. So I think it's an internal shift that that needs to happen among scholars, to acknowledge that the way that I view public health and global health isn't the only paradigm that exists, and shouldn't be actually. And so that means being intentional in finding collaborations with perhaps other paradigms and other models and other forms of knowledge, and being open to that, which can be difficult for us, to those who have been, for those of us who have been ingrained to only believe in the, like I said, the technical forms of knowledge. I think it's also part of the decolonial action is also maintaining relationships. One of my co-panelists mentioned parachute research earlier, and I think that's a key part in the work that I try to do, is to see if I can only be involved in or contribute to work that has long-term relationships in places and communities that I feel comfortable being part of, and not doing parachute research, for example, or short-term global health placements, which is something that we're still unfortunately seeing, where, barely qualified students go to remote towns and try to provide medical services, even though they're not physicians. So anyways, not contributing to some of these harmful practices. And I think it's also sharing all of this, right? If we want to shift in discourse, I think a lot of it is about talking to other scholars about it. I speak with a lot of emerging public health scholars who reach out to me on LinkedIn, for example, and I always ask them when I speak to them, okay, but why this field? Why are you doing this? Why are you choosing to practice global health? And it's not to discourage them, it's just to, not at all, we need more scholars in the field that are more intentional, but I think it's to be sure that when you're starting a career in this field, your intentions are clear, and more importantly, that they've all reflected on why they're here, why they want to do this. And the answer can't be, oh, I want to help people, because we know that that's not appropriate. So I think that's where I would say is where I've started, and I would love to hear more about from my co-panelists about it, because this is something that I think none of us have a clear answer to.
Go ahead, Namata.
Yeah, for my case, and particularly in Uganda, the decolonization movement hasn't gained a lot of momentum. Yes, there are a few scholars that are starting to write about it and mobilize masses about it. Of course, it has been there politically in so many political systems, and people advocating for decolonization of the education system and so on, but it's been to a less extent. And I think the underlying factors is there is always this narrative that, you will not get funding if you start such activities, you won't get funding, you won't get support, so your systems may collapse in case you take on such agendas. But personally, I've done a few things, though I wasn't really, I should say I wasn't keen, or I didn't know I was doing them. Like I was doing some, I was decolonizing, doing some decolonial advocacy, sorry. Through my research, when I engage with people, of course, they pose so many questions, and I'm trying to change the narrative, the colonial attitudes, and, encouraging people, we can devolve, because there is this narrative that our things are substandard. If we have researchers and innovators of, let's say, vaccines, people believe, the community believes that, these things must be taken to Europe, then they must be approved for us to use them. So they think our things are substandard. And so we are trying to change such narratives that, there are things we can do. We have the capacity, we have the ability to do such things. But to a bigger extent, there isn't really a big movement about the colonial action this side. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess building on Namata's point about the strength of the decolonizing global health movement in sub-Saharan Africa. So I'm originally from Ethiopia and I'm currently in Rwanda. But again, the decolonizing global health movement exists within certain groups. So universities that have close ties with institutions on the global north, for instance, or people that were educated in the global north. So I think we need to change that as well and include researchers from the global south to be included in these conversations and to lead this movement, because it's ironic if you have a decolonizing global health movement being led by high income countries. So that's one thing. But I think as emerging scholars, there's a couple of things that we can do. One is, going back to a lot of literature written by indigenous groups on decolonizing, right? A lot of authors that we do not recognize or do not learn in, our global health curriculum that have talked a lot about decolonization, more in the broader sense, but also when it comes to global health. So that's, I think, one thing we all need to do. And the second thing is, gaining the experience and furthering our career far enough so that we can be in positions to make these changes, right? To make the policy changes, whether it's within ministries of health, within World Bank or IMF, because it's those policy decisions that are going to change the systems in a structural way. But granted, this is not an easy thing to do, right? Especially when you're starting out in your field in global health, it's a difficult field to navigate. And I think finding a mentor that is able to discuss these things with you is very important. So I did my undergrad in the US and came to Rwanda and worked with, a phenomenal African scientist who's been leading the health system in Rwanda, and being able to learn from her experience, understand the nuances in these global health conversations has really helped me understand what decolonizing global health means within the African continent, as opposed to what I had learned in the US from my global health classes. So I think there are certain nuances that are important to consider when joining the workforce as well. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Kedest. That really leads to our next question. So how would you like colleagues and other scholars from high countries and global north institutions to leverage their privilege to support the decolonizing movement and supporting emerging scholars from LMICs, Global South, in their advocacy for decolonial action?
I'll just quickly answer here, but I think just echoing what was said earlier, I feel like it's not up to those of us who are trained in high-income countries to say what's needed, right? As was so eloquently put by another panelist. So I think it's, at the end of the day, it's something as simple as not taking up space, but opening doors. And so when you are if you happen to be in these high-level meetings, in these rooms where a lot of these global health policy decisions are made, is always to think to yourself, okay, how can we bring other communities here? And that can be a challenge, especially for those of us who are starting out our career in global health, where we might not necessarily be in a position in the hierarchy to make those calls. But I think it's still possible for us to point that out. So I was in a meeting recently where we were talking about global surveillance systems. And when we mean global, this means that we need to talk about the whole world, not just high-income countries. And yet the people that were present in that meeting were, for the most part, just representing, those funders and high-income countries. And I had to say something about it. So I did, just saying, okay, next time there's a meeting about this, maybe it would be worth it, and in fact needed, to bring other communities and other voices here. So I think there's no easy answer here, but it could be as easy as just not taking up space, but just opening up doors. And one person that does this so well, just echoing adding on to the mentorship part that was mentioned earlier, is Dr. Madhu Pai at McGill. I think what he does is so brilliant, because he brings together people from all over the world and connects them, and just takes a step back and says, okay, move forward and discuss and let me know what you need from me. And I think those of us who have the privilege to be in these positions need to do that, right? So when you are having these conversations, when you are in these meetings, just connecting people and opening up doors and opening up mentorship opportunities for others who may not necessarily have the same networks as you. And I think the other thing that we can do as emerging scholars too, in these high-income countries is, or these high-income institutions, is to really push for advocacy within the institutions that we're affiliated with. So, we know that this is not something that will change overnight, and not certainly by one person, but really building a community, kind of like what you've done here at Duke, to say, okay, let's talk about it, let's make this more known, and also maybe push for the curriculum to change as well in these high-income countries. As was mentioned earlier, a lot of the curriculum that we are presented to in these northern institutions, I suppose, only present a specific version of global health. And it would be really, really important, I think, to include a lot of these other forms of knowledge, like indigenous knowledges or knowledge coming from other parts of the world. And so shifting or pushing for programming and curriculum would be, in these high-income institutions, would be a small step forward as well. And I'll stop there.
Yeah, I think what institutions from the global north can do to help scholars from LMICs is to strengthen their capacity, because I don't believe the narrative of there is completely no capacity in these countries. There is capacity that just needs to be strengthened. And by this, I mean to support ideas of scholars from those countries, value their abilities and skills, not to marginalize them that, your things are substandard. So I think that is it. Capacity strengthening. Not to come with your ideas and, we are building, you ask them, we are building everything like from scratch. No, they have their own ideas and they have set agendas of how they can improve or how they can take on their own systems. So maybe you can support them in terms of, maybe you have better skills, you can support them with your skills. Yeah, basically that is it.
Yeah, I guess just a lot of the things are already said, but just to add a few more things. I think decolonization, we need to think about it within like global north institutions. It should mean more than putting more LMIC folks on the table, right? That's the bare minimum, right? If you are looking at DEI activities as a way of saying you've decolonized your institution, that is not the way to do it. I think it requires a deep evaluation of how the system or the organization is set up, right? If we look at institutions like the WHO, the World Bank, that were created after the Second World War, when, most of Europe had countries that they colonized in Africa, right? These structures were not meant to benefit those countries at that time. So really evaluating the policies and the structures that are put in place by bringing in LMIC scholars to critique that and improve it to fit today's society, because it clearly is not working very well. And the second thing I would point out is just comfort in challenging one's own existence, right? If I went to the US and did my undergrad there, I have a certain level of privilege that I need to consider, like Prativa said, and make sure that, LMIC scholars who did not get the opportunity to go to the States are able to influence the global health discussion as much as I am. Yeah, I'll end there.
Yeah, thank you all for the very informative answers. I want to kind of just shift a little bit and ask, can you all describe a time you struggled to succeed in decolonizing efforts? And how did that shape your approach to this moving forward? You hear me? Questions in the chat if you can't hear me, but you want to go for it?
Yes, I think I need a moment to think about this.
Yeah.
Just because I feel like it's not one moment, right? I think just being part of just having a career in global health as a whole is sometimes a struggle, just to be clear about where I am and what I'm working for and who I'm benefiting and who's benefiting from my work. And so I almost feel like it's not a specific moment in time where I struggle to succeed in decolonizing efforts, but more as a whole of being involved in global health. And I don't know if I'll be able to answer this question, but I was thinking of a book that I recently read called Country of Poxes. And it's a really, really good book. And I would recommend all of you in the audience to read it because especially those of you who are in the global north, because it talks about how the public health institutions and the medical institutions that we have were complicit to land theft. I mean, all of us knew that to a certain extent, but the sheer details that the book goes through were, for example, blankets of smallpox were taken and shipped to indigenous communities to get them sick and then push them away so that they could capture the land. Just completely changed the way that I think about global health and about public health. And so I think my struggle now, to answer your question, would be how can you really truly decolonize this field when, as was said by my co-panelists, the systems that were created for this field were intentionally created to benefit only a certain types of people or certain types of countries. And so that's what I struggle with. I don't know if I'm being too pessimist here. I don't know if we can truly decolonize global health unless we shift the entire system. And I don't know what that means moving forward. So to answer your second question, how does that shape the approach of my work moving forward? I think it's to not be so swayed by the big thing. So I can't possibly shift the whole global health system overnight, and one person certainly can't do it, but to take one little part of it and to chip away at it and hope that in the grand scheme of things that leads to some sort of shift in discourse or shift in systems. And so that's I think that's how I've shaped my approach moving forward, is to, instead of thinking of decolonizing global health as this big project that I have to think about day in and day out, think of one tiny component within this and see if there's anything that I can do to move the needle. And if that means offering authorship, if that means, creating actual relationships with reciprocity as opposed to, a one-sided sort of relationship, if that means pushing research projects that are happening in these northern institutions to be more, not just inclusive, but actually create genuine relationships with other communities. That's how I'm moving forward with it. And I feel like I've rambled, but this is such a tough question to answer. And I think we're still grappling in terms of how to go about doing it best. So I'll stop here.
I wouldn't say I struggled. Maybe I was challenged. I'll give this particular example. One of the participants in my study sometime back last year challenged me. I was doing a research on sickle cell disease, cures and therapies. And then one of the participants was like, but you people come here, collect data and go. And maybe we are hoping for treatments from abroad. What is lacking? What can't you guys develop things here? Why can't you train us? And this got me thinking, yes, I'm also a researcher, but maybe we hadn't put more people, like the target population in the research, like, yes, we are doing research, but then none of us, a few of us had like the disease. And these are people that are passionate because they want the cure, they understand themselves. And for us as researchers, it challenged me to think that maybe we weren't inclusive enough. Maybe we weren't inclusive enough to add spaces for such people, and also to think about our system, how we are waiting for others to develop as we kept telling them about cures that are being developed elsewhere, and there is nothing we are doing. And it's like some of us are ready. If we are sponsored, we can do we can do some work, but we don't want to wait for something to come from elsewhere, yet we can do something here. So it was more of a challenge. And then I would say it was insightful in a way that it made me realize, we have to, I don't know how to phrase it, but I would say we have to develop, should I say localize? I would say localize. We have to localize and like make people, I think inclusiveness is the best. We have to inclusion, yeah. I think inclusion would sum everything. It made me realize the need for inclusion, whether in research, health, you have to understand the target population or the, I don't know how to phrase it. The target population or the people that need the services or whatever, and you include them in whatever you're doing. If it's health, if it's education, not you coming from wherever you are and you're like, I'm doing research, I'm doing this on HIV/AIDS or sickle cell disease, but then you've not included such people. So that is what I can say for now. Maybe I'll add on.
I think, Namata, that question about research is something that I struggle with a lot is, when you go out to interview communities and you're asking about, oh, how would you like to be involved in policy and injury care? But they say, I haven't received a wheelchair that was promised to me a year ago, right? So sometimes you wonder, what is the best use of the money? And am I using my time and resources the best way? But I think a general struggle that I have, and this is not a specific moment, but I think as an emerging scholar, a young person going into this field, is finding a balance between critiquing an institution that you work with that might have, there might be certain circumstances where, they're perpetrating ideals of colonialism. How do I speak out at the risk of, like putting my career at risk, right? So I think that's a very difficult balance to find. I have not found it yet. If Prativa or Namata, you have, please let me know, but something I'm struggling with is finding that.
Yeah, I would just echo that. That is a constant struggle that I also face with. But I think one of the answers that I've found to be really helpful is what you mentioned earlier, was about mentorship. Sometimes we're not in a place to make the nudge, but our mentors are. And so having those conversations with our mentors, and a lot of them have been incredible enough to make us understand what it means to decolonize this field. And so I've kind of relied on mentors when I myself felt like I couldn't speak up. So I don't know if that's an answer, but I think that's one way that I've been using to help with that, to find that balance.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For our last question, in global health, we tend to hear a lot about global solidarity. What does this mean to you? And is this something we can use as a tool to decolonize global health and strive for global health equity? Prativa, feel free.
Sure. I'm going to keep my answer brief because I feel like I rambled for some of my other answers. But I think at the end of the day, global solidarity is as simple as ensuring that everyone, irrespective of where they are, have access to good health. And that's the way that I see it, good quality healthcare, and that access is not an issue. And so if that is how I'm choosing to define global solidarity, and ensuring that everybody else that does have the resources and the privilege does something to ensure that that equity is central to all of their actions. And if that is the definition that we're moving forward with, then absolutely it should be used as a tool to decolonize global health. And I think part of that means that we need to completely change the system that we're currently operating in. I'm thinking about COVID, of course, and the COVID vaccine issue that has happened over the last several years. But I don't think that global solidarity can be achieved with the system that we have today. So I'm not sure what that means, because I don't know how we can break apart this system and start fresh. It might mean finding other models of global health governance, not just finding it, but also implementing it. So I'm not sure what that looks like, and I would love to hear my co-panelists speak on this, but I think it does mean part of global solidarity means redefining how we define global health and how we operationalize global health. And I think that's where we need to be headed. So I'll just leave it there.
Global solidarity, to me, it would mean recognition for diversity, like she said, my former colleague said. And by this, I think there are so many underlying factors. If you know, diversity, you have to take into account, yes, we're advocating for inclusion and diversity. There are other factors that will come along. But then I think we have to use it, we can use it as a tool to attain equity. If we don't, let's say, racialize or classify diseases according to regions. You know, of recent I learned diseases like sickle cell disease are sometimes racialized. And I feel if we use global solidarity, such things can be stopped. Also classism. I read a certain scholar from one of the universities, I've actually been to McGill, that is in Uganda, posed the question of, I don't know who defined what is developed and underdeveloped, and I don't know who sets the goals of where we are going. That, you know, this one is developed and we are reaching this level. If we reach this level, we are underdeveloped. So if we don't reach this level, we are underdeveloped. If our colleagues reach this level, they are underdeveloped. And so that power imbalance shifts. But I think if there is, because looks like there is more of some countries most countries in the global north or high income countries act like, I don't know, they call them superpowers, that the rest of the countries, the rest of the world have to follow them in what they do or they follow. She talks about COVID, and for low and middle income countries during COVID, most of us had to wait for vaccines to be donated, or after high income countries have finished vaccination, then they are donated. And this was, maybe we were lucky. COVID, the surge in COVID infections wasn't as much as in some countries, but this wasn't a good gesture in case, if we are to use global solidarity, if there is a surge everywhere, we don't have to wait for some countries to finish and, you know, then you can think about others. I don't think it's a good cause. I'll stop here for now. If things come up, then I'll engage.
Yeah, I think I agree with a lot of what has been said. I have two main issues with, you know, the term global solidarity. I think, you know, when in 2020, 2021, everyone was so excited about COVAX, and there was proclamations of global solidarity and how countries were going to support with the vaccine movement. And we all saw how that didn't work. And I think we should have expected it to some extent, right? We saw what happened with HIV and other epidemics, with Ebola as well. And it's a lot of, we believe in the ideals of global solidarity, but practically speaking, as Prativa mentioned, the structure and the systems that we have now, it really doesn't work. So I think until we change the structure and come up with this ideal world that we want to live in, I think we have to figure out a way in which we don't have to rely on global solidarity to deliver vaccines to the most remote areas of Rwanda, right? Because we have failed in doing that. So I think I would rather have global solidarity come as a surprise to me than actually work on it and you know, fail in the end. So I think, yeah, global solidarity is important, but in the structure and systems that we have now, I just don't think it's an ideal. It's the practical way to get things done.
Great, thank you all so much. We really appreciate sharing your experiences and your replies to the questions were really engaging. We're gonna open it up for Q&A, both in person and online. So if anyone here has any questions,
I have a quick question. Can you all hear me or guys? Okay, lovely. Thank you so much. Well, first of all, thank you all so much. This has been such an incredible opportunity to hear all of your opinions. And yeah, I've just been absolutely blown away by everything that you all have said. So thank you so much for your insight, wisdom, and expertise. One of the questions that I have is, Prativa, going back to something that you mentioned about reading Country of Poxes, right? And how that really transformed your understanding of global health delivery. I feel like I've also engaged with other literature that has really tried to elucidate the oppressive history of just health in general, right? But sometimes I'll be engaging in conversations with some of my mentors or other more established scholars in the field, and their response to me trying to engage in these conversations sometimes takes the form of, well, that's a really radical scholar, right? Or like, where does that evidence come from, right? Is that truly reflective of like the history, right? And so I was just curious how you've kind of worked, or like how we help, I guess, collaborate with our mentors to understand the depth of harm that has been enacted upon underserved and marginalized communities, when sometimes this is the response that can be given. Thank you so much.
That's a tough question. Honestly, I really challenge that whole, this is a radical approach to things. It's not radical. There's plenty of evidence in the literature that shows what was done and what is continued to be done. And one approach that I've taken is, of course, depending on who you're speaking to, is use data and use evidence to pinpoint that everything that I'm talking about is not radical. There is evidence of all of this. And a lot of that evidence has been, of course, missing, given that, you know, who has been writing history of medicine books? It's been the victors, I guess, those that won the war. So I think it's still possible to use data and evidence to make the case for it. But the other approach is sometimes data and evidence doesn't work because it's almost like an emotional, visceral reaction, or almost like a defensive reaction to people feeling that their field is being attacked. And I think at the end of the day, it's about framing it, right? So you're not saying you're attacking the field or the people that are working in the field who are doing incredible work. It's more attacking the way that the field was created and acknowledging it and saying, okay, now that we know this, now that we know that this field was, you know, developed or created in a certain way that systematically oppressed certain communities, how do we ensure that moving forward, we're not doing the same? And so what I've done, and I don't know if this is helpful, is provide lots of literature to these people so that they themselves can read it and they're not just relying on me as one person and one anecdote. But the other thing that has been really, really helpful is for me to connect them with the authors of the literature or of the books. And I think that's where it's much more efficient and much more powerful, because I'm just the messenger. Whereas if I connect them directly to the communities, connect them directly to the authors of the literature, then they can ask them directly the questions. And these authors are much more trained, I think, in having these conversations and are much more able to make their audience understand why this is important. So when I can't do it, I just push it forward to these authors, if they're willing, of course, to be able to have these conversations. But I fully understand where you're coming from. I get that quite a bit as well. But I still don't fully understand why this is seen as being radical when that's what happened. So yeah, I'll leave it here.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I think my question is for is forwarded to Kedest. You mentioned that it's been really difficult to, like for malaria, where to control malaria work, mostly like it's researchers from outside trying to, come up with control and efforts. But in the era of malaria eradication, where which seems to be a very ambitious goal, has worked out for 33 countries, which WHO has recently given a certificate of free malaria for European countries, but it's really a lofty goal that if we doesn't consider the sub-Saharan African country where the most notorious malaria vectors reside. So how do you best intend to involve local researchers? There are adequate public health experts and entomologists in Africa, particularly in Ethiopia as well. You mentioned I'm from that country, worked on malaria. So how do you intend to involve these local public health experts and entomologists into real research work that really considers the local context? Because working, but vector control is a very challenging issue, and if we don't work on that, particularly just only making sure that bed nets are distributed without making sure that's not being adequately reserved, doesn't really address the full life cycle. So how do you intend to involve those local public health experts and entomologists, and as well as the ministries, all the stakeholders that are involved towards that goal? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for the question. And I think this applies not just to malaria, but more generally as well. And you've helped me answer your question a little bit, that, local experts in the area understand the environment very well, understand the climate very well, which malaria responds to climate changes, right? And being able, and the simple thing is just pay local institutions to do the research that you would have paid PATH to do, right? We have institutions like the EPHI in Ethiopia. There's several malaria research institutions in Kenya as well, based in Nairobi, and understanding that these institutions have the capacity to collect the data, to speak to their communities when it comes to implementation of different strategies, and then evaluate these strategies afterwards to see if they've reached the goal of, to reach the desired outcome, right? So I think it's more of a mental shift that is required on the end of the donors as well, to say this work can be done locally and more effectively without needing to travel from the US to Kenya, 1,000 times a year, where the knowledge already exists in local communities. So I think that would be my suggestion, is to fund those organizations, make that a requirement, for example. I hope that answers your question.
Yes. Hello, thank you all panelists for your wonderful thoughts. This was really engaging and really critical conversation. And I had a question for Namata. I was just wondering, being on the ground in Uganda, how have you seen differences in conversations surrounding decolonization with people from the local community versus people from high-income countries or researchers trying to come into the community?
I had bits in your question. Can someone please rephrase it for me?
Hi, yeah, she was asking about, as you're on the ground, what are the differences you see in local people talking about decolonization versus people who might come in from other countries or other institutions, Western institutions, and how they talk about decolonization?
Yeah, usually on ground, it's more of people want to decolonize like everything. It's more like a political process, but then they also have, there are these colonial attitudes of fear. Yes, people, they will tell you they want, but then they fear maybe we shall lose it. And if it's like a vulnerable population, as it is termed, those ones fear to speak up because they think maybe they won't get medication. And for the scholars or researchers from high-income countries, those ones don't fear, of course. They're open, they will talk, they want to help, but the people they want to help are marginalized. They fear to take on the challenges because maybe they think they will lose aid, they will lose support. I hope that answers your question.
Yes.
Or there is more.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Anyone else? Yeah, go for it.
Hi, I'm wondering from your experience, and I'm not directing to anyone in particular, just general. Do you think that the barriers to the colonization of global health are more, or the bigger barriers are from the countries that might be marginalized, or from the governments or institutions in the less marginalized places, or from the global institutions like World Health? If you were to rank these barriers, how would you rank them?
Okay, I'll go first. I think I wouldn't give a percentage, but I would say for the communities, the local communities, maybe the barriers are less, but I think there is a connection between political governments in low MICs and governments in high income countries. I think there is a connection in terms of power. And I also think in terms of aid, if you don't do this, we won't do this. So I think that people in the end, the community, eventually it's the community that is affected, but I think there is a connection in between the governments. If you don't do this, if you remove this, if you do this, then you won't get this. So I would say it's 50-50, or of course there is a shift, I would say, because if I blame the governments of high income countries, but again, that they pressurize these governments in low MICs, but these governments also, I would say, you take your stand and you say we are doing this for the good of our people. So I will leave it at that.
If I could add very quickly, I think that's a very important question, and I'm surprised that didn't come up in our conversation. Is one of the critiques of the Decolonizing Global Health movement is it takes away a lot of the agency from low and middle income countries and expects that countries from the global north will do all of the work. But I think that narrative needs to change, and I agree with Namata. There's some responsibility that low and middle income countries need to take. And I will cite the example of Rwanda's use of PEPFAR money, which at that point was only meant for HIV prevention and treatment, and they used it to build a human resources for health program in collaboration with US universities across the country. So I think there's some level of agency that low and middle income countries can leverage to make sure that the programs, the funding priorities are defined by them or by their ministries of health. But again, a lot of the power is held within the global north. So there needs to be a conversation between the two parties. But thank you for the question.
Do you have any thoughts? Or you don't have to answer this question.
So my question to any of the panelists as practitioners is, since you're deeply ingrained and working, in the field, and it's been very insightful hearing you talk about your experiences and also your perspectives, I'm really curious about what you've changed your mind on recently around the field of what you do. Maybe it's something you held as true, you know, as you started in, but then now that you're a few years in, or whatever amount of time that you've spent in your field, based on the circumstances on the ground, or maybe the issues you're dealing with, you had to change your mind on.
I can take a quick stab at this because I was actually having this conversation recently with a friend. So I think there's a lot you learn in university, right, in terms of how global health works and what strategies work on the ground, etc. But I think there's so much politics involved in global health. There's so many nuances in how people phrase things that you don't really see unless you're part of these conversations or you're out in the community trying to collect data for research or talking to politicians and understanding how they come up with these policies. So I think one of the biggest learnings for me in the past few years is you really need to come out of academia for a bit to understand how these policies are made and what these words mean when you use them in discussions and policy discussions as well. So I think understanding that shift and the importance of kind of being able to understand the politics behind global health is an important learning for me. I hope that answers your question.
I'm just going to echo everything that you just said, just because the politics is something that we don't really talk about as much in academia. So, you know, you say, oh, you're going to do this programming or this research project, but politics just makes everything so much more complicated, whether it's starting a project, whether it's getting approval from the ministries of health. I was recently working in Bangladesh, and we were trying to get approval for a project with, of course, communities on the ground. But because there was so much turnover in the ministry, we would get informal approval from one person, but then that person would leave, and then we would have to start all over again to get approval. So I think absolutely it's one thing to, you know, be in your ivory tower in academia or in Geneva or any of these offices, but until you've actually worked on the ground, I think you won't fully understand the scope and the magnitude of how much the political determinants play a role in everything that you do. And I don't think there's a clear answer to navigating that too, right? Because every context is so different, every political context is so different, and you'll only learn how to navigate it until you've been in the field. There's no theory really that you can learn in academia that will help you navigate that. So yes, echo everything that you just said.
Namata, did you want to add anything to that question? Okay, thank you so much. If you have no other questions in the room, great. Thank you all so much for your time today. We'd love to hear any last thoughts from anyone if they have any. So feel free to go ahead.
You're unmuted. Do you want to go first?
Prativa, go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to thank you all for this wonderful panel, for all of the programming that you've put into place for today and tomorrow. I think these sorts of conversations are not happening enough in academia, and so it's really wonderful to see an institution putting such rich conversations and discussions together. So thank you for organizing, and thank you for everybody who's attended and who's thinking deeply about these really, really important concepts. I'm always looking to collaborate and to have these conversations with emerging scholars. So if there's anything that I can do to support you, if there's any conversations that you'd like to have, please feel free to email me. I'm happy to discuss more because I think this is something that we all should be thinking about and doing more about. So thank you again for having me today.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. All the panelists, the attendees. Thank you for engaging in such conversations. And I believe if we take them on, they will be fruitful. My closing remarks, I would say, as we strive to decolonize global health, we need to understand the history of global health. We understand the roots, the colonial roots in global health, the reasons as to why we are decolonizing global health. I think those should be like a factor to push us. Who should be involved and to what extent? We also need to understand if we are dismantling those barriers. Are we dismantling completely? Sometimes when you talk about dismantling, it's like dismantling a building, and you actually have to also dismantle the foundation, or we are just restructuring a few things. So I think we need to think about those things moving forward. What is needed? Do we need decolonization? Sometimes it's like economic or social freedom, psychological freedom. So when we talk about decolonization here, are we talking about the economic? Are we talking about the social, psychological freedom of those indigenous or target populations? What are we talking about? So I think that should be like, it should be at the back of our mind as we drive on our advocacy. Thank you, everyone. I thank the organizing committee for everything they have done to take this on. And I wish everyone well, even for tomorrow. I hope to attend and listen to others. Thank you.
Yeah, very briefly, I would just like to thank Duke for organizing this event. It's been wonderful to engage with both Prativa and Namata and the audience as well. I guess my closing remarks would be just being open to learning. I by no means an expert in decolonization of global health. It's always a learning process. I could have my mind set about a certain aspect of decolonization tonight and read some article tomorrow and it might change completely. So just being open to reading literature, especially written by indigenous communities within the global south, because that's where a lot of these decolonization movements start or should be led from. So yeah, just being open to learning every day. So thank you all.
Thank you all so much.
Okay, and now we'll pass it on to Maya for the closing part. Thank you again.
Hey, thank you all for joining us for the first day of the Academia to Action hybrid webinar. Thank you for your thoughtful and engaging questions. I hope you'll all join me giving another round of applause for our brilliant speakers and panelists. The discussion today has inspired you to explore decolonizing practice as a pathway to a more equitable, more just, and healthier future. Thank you to each and every one of our webinar speakers and panelists. I also would like to extend a thank you to our co-sponsors who provided generous donations to fund this webinar. Special thanks to DGHI, the Duke Office of Global Affairs, Duke Center for International and Global Studies, Duke Graduate School, Duke Center for Policy Impact and Global Health, Duke Africa Initiative, the Duke African, the DRIPSA, yes, sir. The Duke History Department and RTI International. And last but not least, one final huge thank you to our speakers and panelists for taking time to contribute to such a rich co-learning experience. We hope that you will join us tomorrow. We have some more very engaging, very insightful sessions coming up on decolonizing, not only within academia, but within the community. One of our main speakers is a historian and librarian from Durham County Library. We'll be talking about the gentrification of the Haiti community. We hope to start to make sort of a bridge between the gap in decolonizing academia and what decolonizing action looks like in our communities. So we hope you will join us, and thank you for coming today.
Yes, yeah. Oh, yeah.